Kia ora koutou. Call to order the meeting of the Strategy Planning and Engagement Committee, and I'll start with a karakia. Tūtaua mai I ruka, tūtaua mai I raro, tūtaua mai I roto, tūtaua mai I waho. Kia I te mauritu, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumie, huie, taikie. There is no public forum, so we will move to item 3, apologies. Got quite a list. Apologies have been received from Councillors Bill Ackland, Benson Pope, Weatherall, Mayor Jules Raddick, Megan Portakey and Councillor Wiley and Gary for lateness as they have a Chinese delegation. So I will move that the committee accepts the apologies from Councillor Bill Ackland, David Benson Pope and Mayor Jules Raddick, Councillor Weatherall, Megan Portakey, and apologies for lateness from Wiley and Gary. Seconded, Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour? Anyone against? That is carried. So we'll move on to the confirmation of the agenda. Did anyone have any questions about that? Therefore, I will move that the committee confirms the agenda without additional alteration. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those against, I declare that the motion is carried. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes or updates since yesterday? Thank you. I move that the committee notes the sorry. Yep, thank you. Notes the the interest register. Sorry, that bit's not written down there. I've only got amends. Reading from the notes. Is there a seconder? Councillor Walker. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions. I declare that the motion is carried. Confirmation of the minutes. We have one adjustment. There is an alteration, which was an apology was received from Matapura Allison. So if that can be added. Has anybody else got anything from the last minutes? Okay, therefore I will move that I confirm the minutes of the Strategy Planning and Engagement Committee meeting held on the 20th of August 2024 as a correct record. Seconded, Councillor Gilbert. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare the motion is carried. Part A, actions from resolutions of Strategy Planning and Engagement Committee meetings. Ms Nicola Morand will speak to the report.
Happy to take questions, Councillor.
Okay, are there any questions? Excellent. Therefore, I will move that the committee notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of Strategy Planning and Engagement Committee meetings. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Lucas. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that is carried. Item 8, Strategy Planning and Engagement Committee Forward Work Programme, page 27. Ms Nicola Moran will speak to the report. Other staff will be in attendance to answer any questions that anyone may have. Does anybody have any questions? Looks like we're going to be super efficient today. Oh, sorry, I've just cursed the meeting. Therefore, I move that the Strategy Planning and Engagement Committee notes the Forward Work Programme. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Therefore, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, I declare the motion is carried. Right, item 9, the Strategy Planning and Engagement Committee Activity Report. Again, Ms Moran will speak to the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Happy to take questions, and we have staff here available to answer any questions as well.
Does anyone have any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I've got two completely unrelated questions. One is in relation to the Logan Park Management Plan. And I know it's gone out for the second stage of engagement, but it's now currently on hold. I'm just wondering why that's now on hold.
Thank you, Councillor. We are still just working through options with cricket around their proposed Cravo, and latest on that is they're talking now with tennis about using 2 of the unused tennis courts down there.
Okay, thank you. And my other question, which as I said is completely unrelated, is to do with point number 29 with the Zero Carbon Alliance. And the last time we talked about that, we were looking at inviting Business South to join the alliance, asking them. I'm just wondering whether anything has progressed on that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll take that one. So the next Zero Carbon Alliance meeting is next week, and that'll be where we discuss that as an alliance. So I'll be able to report back shortly after that.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Madam Chair, it's South Dunedin Futures question. I'm just due to report next month, and in it there is an adaptation options and signal potential implications. To what extent do we know? I guess the last weekend has really highlighted Three Waters components there. So I'm just asking, will Three Waters components be in that report? Oh, well, maybe more of a rhetorical. I'd like Three Waters components to be in that report, would be kind of really what I'm saying.
Yes, it'll be, potentially Mr Ward can answer this, but it'll be the high level adaptation options, some of which will be infrastructure, but Mr Ward might be able to add more.
Yeah, well, thank you for that direction, Councillor. We'll endeavour to include that in an appropriate way, given the context of the report, but yeah, note that instruction, thank you.
It's more a case of, as in, like Councillor Houlihan said yesterday, around Surrey Street and the stuff that came through infrastructure, and a sense of, is there any intention for an interim activity between now and the long-term application processes? That's what I'll be looking for.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just a quick one on City Portrait, and this is me being pedantic. I was under the impression that we hadn't paused to City Portrait. Pausing makes it sound like it's going to restart. I believe we had moved away from.
I can't remember the technicality.
I can check the resolution, but yeah, I did wonder about that, and I'll confirm that for you, Councillor.
I have a couple of questions on, they're both heritage related, so on page 37, 16 and 22. So one of the questions is talking about the heritage plan change, and it talks about a heritage stakeholder group, and I wondered if there's a terms of reference around who might be involved with that group. Is there anyone? Oh, Anna.
Yes.
So there's a report coming on November 26th that will cover the terms of reference for that stakeholder group, as well as options for consideration as part of the LTP.
And my other question is on paragraph 22. It talks about it's proposed to prepare the implementation plan after funding decisions are made through the LTP. Given the level of uncertainty around budgets, and here's the concerning bit, and interim decisions to remove some heritage budgets. So could I have more detail on that?
In line with the instructions for preparing draft budgets, we were required to look at certain targets for offsetting costs, and so some of those have affected heritage line items, but they are, my understanding is they're being flagged up to you what those changes are for your consideration.
So we should get them at the budget meetings, and they will be very well flagged.
Sorry, I can't speak to how the budget meetings will run.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you. The St Clair St Kilda coastal plan work is really important to what we do. I don't know who wants to answer this, but are the staffing issues temporary or short-term, long-term, and what does ongoing work mean? I don't know who wants to answer that.
Thanks, Councillor. That was just in terms of providing an update to that. So you may, I think, have been away when we workshopped part of that program. So the upshot, and I can brief you on that later because it was a confidential workshop, but the upshot was councillors asked for some more work to be undertaken. So the update report will be provided as soon as possible and likely to be before mid next year.
Thank you, and I would appreciate just a verbal update at some point. Thanks.
Do we have any other questions? Excellent. Therefore, I shall move that that the committee notes the updates of activities, seconded by Councillor Gilbert. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? I'll speak and say thank you to the team. Perhaps it's obvious from the lack of questions that it's an exceptionally well-written report with all of the information that we require in it. That's my assumption anyway. Thank you, team. We've worked hard on making sure that there's a good report coming through. Right, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. So we'll move to item 10, Strategic Refresh Advisory Panel Quarterly Update Report. Ms Nicola Morand, Ms Nadia Wesley-Smith and Councillor Cherry Lucas will speak to the report. Or maybe you can ask yourself.
Fiona, thank you. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Lucas.
Good morning. I have a question in relation to point number 9 where it talks about for the strategic refresh work to be finalised by December. There's a dependency on having a sustainability framework in place. And I'm just wondering, I guess this is the first time that this has been flagged, that this is a potential to delay the strategic refresh. So I'm just wondering if you could just explain a bit about that. Thank you.
Yep, so we have a sustainability workshop scheduled for next Tuesday. And at this stage we are penciling in a October council report update for sustainability, depending on how that workshop goes next week. Staff are kind of tracking towards to be able to keep the timeline. So I think the motion for the sustainability was that we'll have an update report in December. So staff are tracking towards making a recommendation by December, pending outcome from workshop next week.
Does anybody else have any questions? Excellent. Deputy Mayor Lucas has said she's happy to move. Seconder. Councillor Gilbert, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, just briefly, and just to thank the staff for the significant amount of work. I know that in general the strategies are about 50% refreshed, and councillors will be aware where we're at with the workshops that are currently being held this month, and to be on track that the goal is to have them refreshed to council before Christmas so that they can inform the LTP. So I just want to acknowledge that there is a significant amount of work that's being done, but we are tracking towards that. And thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak? I'll just add my thanks to the team. I know we put them on a tight timeline and we're all working hard, and thank you to councillors for their input at the workshops as well. I am going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. Item 11, Te Takiharuru Implementation Plan. Ms Nicola Morand, Mr Jesse Matheson and Dr Rula Talama and Nadia Wesley-Smith will speak to the report.
Thank you, Councillor. We've gone a lot quicker than we expected, so the other staff members
Very efficient.
aren't here, but happy to take questions with just one amendment to options 1 and 2 where it talks about council approving either option should be committee.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Van Vis.
The paper says approve on option 1. Are you saying that should be commit to?
For the committee to approve rather than council.
Thank you. Trying to read through all of this, and there's a lot of it. There are 11 pages from page 98 through to 110 that are completely illegible, even when I put them on a computer and expand them as much as possible, except for the Maori headings. Why is it that we've got 11 pages of illegible stuff in this, in both print and computer?
It's not illegible as from how I've seen it. I don't know what your computer settings are.
I think the public paper version is the one which we should refer to.
Councillor Vandervis, I think that if you had had issues reading it, that it would have been great to have heard those issues before today. No, okay, I'm just going to, point of order, and I'm just going to, yeah.
Completely unacceptable in this forum, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm just going to call an adjournment. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Adjournment for 5 minutes. All those in favour? Right. To order, and I will uphold the point of order. And just a note, if anybody has any issues with any of the things in the meeting, that they should go through the chair and not approach staff. The staff do apologise for the issues around the printing, and it would have been helpful to have heard those issues before today so that they could have addressed them. Also, the attachment was is an example of how Te Take Haruru works in practice, so it's not entirely and particularly relevant to the motion that we are going to put forward. Now we shall move on. Does anybody have any questions? Any more questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I guess mine's more of a process question, and I'm aware that Te Pai was supposed to meet on the day of the floods, and the state of emergency was called, so it was cancelled, and this item was on the agenda, and I personally feel a little bit uncomfortable that it's come here first before going to Te Pai, which I know is not a decision-making committee, but I think out of respect, I think is the word that I would like to use, that I feel that it needs to have been discussed with mana whenua in the first instance before coming here.
Kia ora, thank you for that question, Councillor. In answering the question, I'll just talk through the process that staff undertook to consult with mana whenua in the development of the implementation plan. So there were, staff have been consulting with mana whenua since the beginning of the year. They had a full presentation, if I remember rightly, in March, where they've had the opportunity to feed back. They've also had further opportunities at mana whenua meetings to discuss and provide feedback. In terms of mā waka consultation, the same occurred with individual meetings where they essentially fed back straight into the implementation plan. It is my understanding that mana whenua are expecting it to go through today, regardless of the fact that Te Pai was cancelled. That was just put on the agenda as an opportunity to talk about as Te Pai, mana whenua and both council were coming together, but their expectation is that it would have come to this committee regardless.
Yes, I hear that, but I guess, I mean, the role of Te Pai, I thought, was one of the key things that I would have thought was in the role of Te Pai. And as I said, from my own personal perspective, I think it's a respect issue, as what I have concerns about.
Sorry, before you, Mr. Allison.
Kia ora tātou. It was a shame that Te Pai was postponed, but just the events of the day, you had a lot of other things to deal with, obviously. But I'm quite comfortable that I'm aware of the progression of the implementation plan, and we've, as Ms. Wesley has said, we've had quite some input into and knowledge of that process. So thank you very much for expressing that concern. But I don't think we need to worry about it too much, and I think it would be great from my point of view that we proceed and consider adoption.
Thank you, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I have the. Oh, it's sort of a question.
If you've got the same, have you got the same question?
I've got the same concern as Councillor Lucas, but
okay.
Also.
I think. Okay.
Oh,
Finish.
Sorry. It was just that I wanted to. My concern also was that I thought it would have been good in the environment to be able to ask mana whenua. Obviously, we're very privileged to have you here today, but like with all the mana whenua in that group with Te Pai, to be able to also hear more about the background of this and the importance of it and the understanding. I think that for me would have been really important.
Is there a question?
Yeah.
I think that Mr. Allison has answered the question.
That was my concern.
Unless you have anything further to add. No, nothing further to add. I think all that we need is in the papers, Councillor Vandervis.
Looking at page 46, discussion 7, it says Te Kaki Haruru is proposed to be governed at is proposed to be governed at a strategic level by Te Pai Maori. When were Te Pai Maori elevated to governance status?
I'm happy to answer that. We have a relationship agreement between the mana whenua and Matawaka and the council, which the council adopted last year, and I think, I haven't got my dates right, previous to that. So we do actually have a governance relationship with Te Pai Māori, with which all of the councillors are members, and our mana whenua and Matawaka.
You've explained that we have a relationship agreement. That agreement, in my view, however, does not elevate Te Pai Maori to governance status. Under what section of the Local Government Act is Te Pai Maori proposed to be given governance status?
Under the Local Government Act, there is a piece in there, and I'll stand to be helped by members around here, where we do have to have relationship agreements and uphold our mana whenua Māori relationships.
Of course, I understand we have to have a relationship, but a proposed governance role is something far in excess of a relationship. And I am wondering also, if we look at page 48, where it's under the options, it's suggested that option 1, the recommended option, enables the DCC to better meet its treaty obligations under the LGA. What are the treaty obligations under the Local Government Act?
Okay, I'm just getting staff advice on this, so if we can just adjourn, I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes, seconded Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour? Meeting back to order, and we will treat this as a learning moment. If we look at the Local Government Act 2002, Section 81, contributions to decision-making processes by Māori, and there are a section in there, a local authority must establish and maintain processes to provide opportunities for Māori to contribute to the decision-making processes of the local authority and consider ways in which it may foster the development of Māori capacity to contribute to the decision-making processes of the local authority and provide relevant information to Māori for the purposes of paragraphs A and B. As a local authority, in exercising its responsibility to make judgments about the manner in which subsection 1 is to be complied with, must have regard to the role of the local authority and such other matters as the local authority considers on reasonable grounds to be relevant to these judgments. And I point out that Council signed a relationship agreement with Te Pai Māori between Council and Mana Whenua and Matawaka in December 2022. Also pointing out that governance has many meanings, which is about overseeing. That Te Pai Māori is not a decision-making body. The council will be making any decisions. So I hope that clarifies the Local Government Act for members. Do we have any other questions?
Yes. The 71 pages of report here include a very large number of Maori words that don't have any proximate translation. I appreciate that some of the Maori concepts have some explanation of what they are, but those concepts are explained also in terms of a lot of Maori words which don't have proximate translation. So for a non-Maori speaker, it's not possible to understand what they mean, and I'm wondering why it is that in 71 pages we don't have proximate translations of Maori words.
Right. I'm happy to call a point of order here, but because I'm 25 to see this is irrelevant. This is ground the councillor has gone over previously, and I respectfully suggest that the councillor does some personal development himself, or uses Google.
Thank you. I will uphold the point of order. I think that we have had these questions before. I was going to answer that. We jump in and answer that we do have access to Whiti Whiti Order, which is a amazing app that the DCC have. Also access to a lot of online support, which can help us translate some of the words and the concepts as well. And I think we've been through this before. Now, are there any other questions? Therefore, I will move. Oh, sorry, did you have one?
Sorry.
I have another question.
Is it relevant?
If we go to page 48 again and look at the third bullet point where it is suggesting for the recommended option that this would provide a way for DCC staff to complete their work in a more holistic way that not only benefits Maori but all communities of Ōtepoti Dunedin. Does this imply that staff currently don't operate in a holistic way or are incapable of operating in a holistic way unless this is constrained through a Maori view?
Just stop. That is not okay to ask that question. I'll ask you to withdraw and apologise.
What do you wish me to apologise for?
I wish for bringing staff into ill repute. That is not okay. If you read the sentence there, it says in a more holistic way. So staff are working in a holistic way. This is to help staff work in a more holistic way. So I ask you to withdraw, please.
I apologise for suggesting that the staff are not able to work in a holistic way.
Thank you. Councillor Lucas, Deputy Mayor Lucas, you had a question?
Yes, I do. And it's in relation to also under the options, and it talks about the disadvantage under option 1 and then the advantage under option 2 about the cost for hiring external consultants. So I'm just wondering what the role of the external consultant is proposed to be, and is that budgeted for?
Thank you, Councillor. The role of the external consultant is to, as part of the implementation, the Model Partnerships team will go around all the departments within DCC and train in the Tuaki framework. So part of that is analysis of all policies, plans, etc., and align those policies and plans with Te Taki Hararu, the Māori Strategic Framework. The consultant will, for the first department only, help us map some indicators which the department will then develop its own measures and report back through their own reporting mechanisms. So the consultant's been brought in to kind of map with that first part. They will also be, as part of their process, will be upskilling the staff. So the staff will then, for the remaining departments of DCC, will be doing that themselves. So it's a little bit of professional development for the staff. And we've done that very purposefully because we know we're operating in a really tight fiscal environment, and we didn't want to have a reliance on external consultants. So they've been brought in just for that first iteration only.
And effectively develop a template that can be used throughout. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and kia ora staff. I apologise that I haven't been here for the rest of the questions, so forgive me if this has been asked, but do you have confidence in the implementation plan for Te Taki Hararu?
Absolutely. We've done a lot of thinking around this and a lot of consultation engagement with the community, so we are fully confident that this is a meaningful way to embed the treaty within DCC operations.
I suspected that would be your answer, and thank you for confirming that.
Councillor Hurley.
Oh, thank you. Madam Chair. Is there, are you able to say what the budget is? Don't you, if you can't say, you don't have to, but I'm just wondering what the budget is for that contractor.
There is already budget for the contractor. It's, I think it was about 40,000.
Time-wise, when you mentioned that the hope is that they will analyse all the policies throughout council, time-wise, do you see that slowing anything down? Or?
We're estimating in 9 weeks to run through the Tuaki framework with each department. So that's from analysis right through to developing indicators.
And then if there's any changes made, will that all then come back to council? Is that the hope?
Reporting-wise, we would be reporting quarterly to this committee, plus there will be reporting back to Te Pai as part of the partnership. And then some other outputs that we're expecting or anticipating is that levels of service may be updated over time to reflect the work that each division is doing within DCC.
We'll also be reporting back to the wider community within the annual report.
Right, thank you. I would like to move that the council approves the implementation plan for Te Taki Hararu and notes the next steps, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. In moving this, I would like to sincerely thank the staff for all of their hard work on this and for their forbearance during question time. Thank you. The vision of Te Taki Hararu, which is a framework design which we adopted, designed to guide the council in partnering with mana whenua and fulfilling its obligations under the Treaty of Waitangi, is kaika oti-poti, kaika oraka, a thriving home and a thriving village. And Te Taki Hararu's implementation plan is our pathway together to show our commitment to mana whenua and to the treaty. The example attached gives us a deeper understanding of Kaitahu's expectations around relationships with the DCC and the expression of their mana. For example, the coastal plan, a sentence from there said, Kaitahu know that when the Māori of the Wai is kei te pai, it then has a flow-on effect to Tataia and Takata, meaning when the vital essence of the water is good, then it flows on to the natural world and the people. To me, this speaks of getting the basics right and the advantages to us all. Getting to Taki Haurura implementation plan right increases all of our well-being and our relationships. The Kaitahu Whakatoki says, mō tātou a mō kauri a muriaki nei, for us and our children after us. Kia ora. Any other speakers? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not so much going to speak to the item so much as just Te Pai Māori and how it works, and I'm almost looking at Matapura when I say that. I remember at one point we had something coming up and you said, why don't we just do something, and then you moved it. And what I would like to do is elevate Te Pai Māori to be very active in this role, and maybe a way of councils talking directly to councils periodically at times too, because I still think there's a bit of a gap there in terms of our face-to-face communication. But I first want to, but in saying that, I want to congratulate staff to where we're going, and we're definitely heading in the right direction. I'm absolutely enthusiastic about where we're going.
Thank you, Councillor Vanders.
Regarding this 71-page agenda, Councillor Walker has suggested that for me to understand it that I should use Google Translate, and I have tried Google Translate and am on record. And
point of order, I didn't actually suggest he uses Google Translate. I suggested he uses Google. Very different things.
Just
so
a moment, the Chair has to rule on the point of order. Okay. Misrepresentation. I'll ask Councillor Vanders to withdraw, please.
Yeah, I absolutely withdraw that. I had simply assumed that when I couldn't translate a word, and Councillor Walker had suggested using Google.
Sorry, Councillor Houlihan is a point of order.
Sorry, I think it's 2C, I think, a 25 2C. It's just I feel this is really disrespectful. And look, I have some issues with this paper as well that I don't fully understand some of the things. But what I'm trying to say, I'm getting to my point, is that I think this could have been handled a lot more respectfully. I don't like the way this questioning's going. I think it's disrespectful to mana whenua who is sitting in the room.
Okay, I'm just going to call an adjournment. I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour?
Document. The fact that 11 of the pages are illegible in the print version. Some people claim to be able to find legibility on their computers. I can't. Doesn't change the fact that for an ordinary person to be able to look at this item and try and figure out what it's actually saying is, in my view, just simply not possible. The Local Government Act, Section 81, that the Chair refers to, that we are required to get Maori involved in our decision making, is one that I fully accept, and we've obviously done that, and we've gone quite a bit further, in fact, with our most recent MOU. However, I don't believe that the Local Government Act or our MOU actually does what is proposed in 7 on page 46, where it's proposed that Taki Haruru be governed at a strategic level by Te Pāi Māori. That is clearly a proposal for a governance role, which I don't believe is appropriate, and I don't believe that there is any power for us to actually do that currently. The requirement for bringing in a consultant and the cost involved with that, given the number of people with Maori expertise already on council, is another issue which I am concerned about. The cost of this kind of paperwork and the difficulty to be able to scrutinise what it actually says, what it means, what is proposed, and how the governance actually works, I don't think is possible, whether you use Google Translate or Google itself. And I have done both, and I apologise for misquoting Councillor Walker just previously regarding Google Translate. That was an assumption of mine, but I have also looked at Google, and when trying to Google words not through Google Translate, have found that in the case of half of them that I looked up, that Google was unable to find any responses or appropriate meanings. So I can't vote for this agenda item because I can't know what its content is, and the reason I can't know what its content is that a deal of it is illegibly fine print, and a much greater part of it is in Maori words that have no proximate translation. Thank you.
I think I haven't quite got the order of everybody that wishes to speak. I saw some hands go up over here. Okay, thank you. Next I've got Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get the joy of following my colleague with whom I disagree immensely on this particular matter. I want to start by thanking staff. This is a piece of work that we have looked forward to, the implementation of Te Taki Haruru, and the staff have come through with mana whenua and mātāwaka. It has their endorsement, and that is excellent. As elected representatives, we need to step up. If we don't understand some words, we need to do something about that. We need to educate ourselves in whatever way is meaningful. If we have problems with our papers, then we need to seek the help of our governance support officers prior to the meeting, and simply that is not good enough. As elected representatives, we are called on to navigate this new era that we are in, and in these times we need to be able to understand te reo. I'm not a te reo speaker, but I try really hard to understand, as I believe most of my colleagues do around this table, to educate ourselves. We're all at different places on that journey, but that is no excuse for disrespect. We will be richer for the implementation of this strategy, and we, I hope, will all, as an organisation, be more competent to navigate the society that we live in now and strengthen our relationships with mana whenua and mātāwaka. What is good for Māori is good for all of us, in my view. And I mention a whakatauki that I think fits. This is a very good one that the Chair has mentioned, but he waka eke noa. We're all in this together. Let's not forget that. So let's show some respect and let's endorse and confirm this plan to get on with this really important work that is going to be good for everyone in our city.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where to start? Ignoring, I guess, some of the negative commentary from Councillor Vandervis during not only questions but his speech, I think it's really important to try and focus on the many positives that accrue from this work. And just talking briefly to the councillors' hardship, I guess, in understanding some of the terminology, and I think I'm echoing what the previous speaker said. I'm certainly, as a British import to this wonderful land, I'm absolutely no expert in te reo, but I constantly challenge myself, sometimes well and sometimes terribly, and to go out to discover and learn. And don't get me wrong, there is no shortage of resource out there, including friends, actually, that can help one on what is a continuous journey. And on that, I mean, we get round this table, one of the most important things we do is deal with a $2 billion 10-year plan budget or whatever, and we get things called financial accounts. Most lay people around here have absolutely no idea what those accounts mean, but we have to challenge ourselves to go and understand and learn and decipher them. And I'm looking at Mr. Ward and Councillor O'Malley purposely here. I personally absolutely loathe pipes and infrastructure. Drives me bloody insane. And I spend far too much of my personal time going out there, reading and trying to understand what it means. We were elected as lay people, and it's our bloody job to go and learn the aspects of this job that we are required to do. Okay, back to the positive. I'm personally delighted this is on the table. I'm thankful this document is here, and I am delighted we are about to implement the plan for Te Take Hururu. And I really I was going to thank staff anyway, but I doubly want to thank them today for having to sit there and put up with what I saw as a tirade that I've heard around this table many times before, and I thank the Chair for being strong on those points of order. And I also thank them for the various workshops that have gotten us to this point. And I apologise personally because I am fuming inside at the moment, and I hope my anger hasn't offended anybody. Thank you.
Councillor Hurleyhan.
Kia ora, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah. Firstly, I want to say I do have issues with this paper myself. There's some things in here I'd like to know what the implications of those are. I'd also like to understand the reporting structure a bit better. I've actually got a lot of questions around it that I don't feel I've fully been able to get answers to. However, I think as councillors, our job is, I think we have to be respectful when we ask questions, and the way those questions were asked by Councillor Vandervis, in my opinion, were really disrespectful to mana whenua and Matawaka. I cringed and sat there thinking, oh, this can't go on any longer. It made me feel uncomfortable. It's not acceptable. You can have issues with a point or a paper and not have that attitude. I don't like it. We've got people sitting here who are respected people in our community, and I think we've got to, you've got to treat people with respect. It's not fair. And my personal opinion, I love the fact we're getting more te reo spoken. For years, Māori people couldn't speak their own language, and I think that is very, very sad. I am delighted there's been a, a revival of the language, and you're hearing it more and more, and I love that. I think it's great. I would like my pronunciation and the knowledge of the language to be better. I'm slowly working on that. It's not as quickly as I'd like it, but anyway. But that's the way, though, when you keep hearing it and the repetition, it does start to come back and you do start to use it. For example, yesterday I noticed I was saying waka kotahi because I've heard it all the time. You start to say it. And words that initially, like, for example, around the some of the names of things that I initially struggled with, I'm now able to say them really well because I just have to keep saying them because they're the name of that building or organisation. So while I think it's exciting, I know some people haven't embraced it, but it was a really valid point that Councillor Gary made, that if you've got an issue with a paper with things you can't understand in it, and I have to say in this paper I didn't think there was a lot of te reo at all. There were some headlines, and then it went into, everything was in English. 98% of this paper is in English, just for people who are listening and wondering what's going on here. But there are some headlines in te reo. Now, if you had any difficulty understanding those, you can go and ask someone, a staff member, prior to the meeting. That's what we're asked to do and can do easily. You could have copy and pasted it and put it in there. I think it's a real shame that this didn't come up into Pi first before we came here, because a lot of this would have been discussed in that arena and perhaps would take some of that hurt out of it as well, that the comments have been made today could have been made there or clarified. Perhaps, hopefully they wouldn't have been made there either, but you know what I mean, that we would have had an arena where we could have talked openly. And I don't mind a robust discussion about anything. I'm very keen to discuss things passionately if I feel passionate about something. And I often respect Councillor Van der Vis's opinion on a lot of things. I think he has some very good feedback and he has a lot of knowledge and experience. However, I think in this situation he's been quite disrespectful, and that's just my personal view. And he can argue that all he likes. He's allowed to. That's his, and it is his. I also, though, will fight for him to have his opinion. If he, I think that's important because, we need to be able to fight for our own opinions as well. So I'm sorry to say this, I'm not going to support this paper, and the reason I'm not supporting it is nothing to do with the fact that I don't agree with it. My reasoning is that I'd like more discussion, and I'd like to be able to sit around a table with mana whenua and discuss these things in the paper that I don't quite understand today, because I feel if I give a vote, I want to know that I understand it, and I don't right now. There's some that could have implications, and I'm wondering how we'd work through them, that's all. And also I want to understand a bit more on what mana whenua would like from, what is your expectation with some of the things as well. So I haven't been able to have those discussions, and for that reason I won't be supporting this, but thank you.
Councillor Houlihan. Next up is Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Members my fellow councillors are unlikely to be aware, but my father served for nearly a decade as a Royal Marine. The reason I raise this is that I was brought up with a philosophy that held to the motto of the Royal Marines, which is originally first uttered by Walter Winchell, but it's never above you, never below you, always by your side. That was throughout my childhood, and I was reminded of that very recently when New Plymouth councillor Dini Moehu, and I apologise Dini, I've always struggled with your surname, used it as a whakatoki. And to me, that's what I think Te Take Hararu is about. Never above you, never below you, always by your side. It's making sure that all of our community is considered as one and at the same level. As members will likely be aware, I'm a fan of the beauty of language and languages and the nuances to the meaning of words and concepts. Te Take Hararu has itself, and this report particularly, been a dive into the meaning of words and concepts, not just te reo Māori, but also of the English language as well. There are levels and nuances to the definitions of words and concepts. Govern, for example. To direct and control the actions, policies and functions of an organisation. As elected members, we are the overall governors of and for the city in its entirety and all of its residents. However, for example, and I apologise, Mr. Ward, I'm going to throw you under the bus, but under our direction, Mr. Ward then controls the actions and functions of Three Waters, or to put it another way, governs Three Waters under our overriding governance. So we need to remember that there are nuances and different levels to the definitions of words and concepts. Thank you to everyone who has put this together and helped me and some others grow and develop our understanding of various languages and cultures.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to lifting our cultural capability at DCC and to the implementation and the embedding of Te Take Hararu, to better meet our LGA treaty obligations and to strengthen Mana Whenua and DCC's relationships. I look forward to a strong and enduring relationship. The objective of this document is being able to guide Council and ensure the well-being of future generations and environmental sustainability from a Te Ao Māori perspective. Te Ao means the light, and that is the path that I have chosen. Some other people around the table have chosen Te Po, the darkness, conflict and confusion. And I'm sorry for those guys. I also apologise for the disrespect endured today, and I thank our wonderful staff for their mahi and for their patience. Mana Whenua are leaders, influencers and partners, particularly in the protection and management of our natural resources. And from a social wellbeing perspective, to access equitable opportunities for whānau and to ensure a feeling of connectedness so that everybody may thrive. I look forward to this. Ngā mihi.
Mr. Ellison.
Hello again, kia ora nō tātou. Just to make myself clear. Councillor Mahan took the words right out of my mouth. I totally am in agreement with what you're saying. So I don't need to say it again. I do want to formally thank the staff for all the efforts they've made, which has been quite a long process, and I don't think there are any surprises here at all. There's no mystery to my mind, and I do commend and urge anyone who needs to understand a certain word more, just to do a bit of research along the way. We're all on a journey, our own journeys, some different points than others on a continuum. But I do want to give support to the implementation plan. I think it's appropriate. It's a shame that it didn't go to Te Pai. We could have had a discussion there, but you know, we're here where we are, and I don't think it's a great travesty that we haven't had the discussion at Te Pai. I think because there's a very little ambiguity and quite a lot of clarity developed over time, I think I'd be very happy to support this at this stage. Kia ora.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I support all those that have mostly spoken ahead, especially Councillor Mayhem, and she took some of the words that I was going to use, and Mr. Allison. I think, Mr. Allison, the comment I would make to you, what you said, is that you actually have to turn up to Te Pai to understand what's going on. And I think that is a problem. If you want to live in a chamber, and I hope the ODT gets this right, because they seem to want to grandstand on Miss Councillor Vandervis's storming out yesterday, which I thought was extremely poor journalism.
Point of order.
I know what the point of order is, and I shouldn't say that because I know that the ODT reported that he calmly walked out.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I'll withdraw the comment. But
I may be incorrect. I may be incorrect. I'm happy to take an adjournment of which you
No,
prefer to,
I will
so I can
withdraw
look
the
up the ODT. Thank you.
But anyway, the key is actually it is about seeing the light. It is about moving forward. And trust me, for someone who has their training wheels on when it comes to Te Reo, I can understand this report quite clearly. It is not a case of people not understanding the report. It's case of people not wanting to understand the report. And I think that is the biggest frustration I have, is when councillors choose and then argue against something they deliberately do not want to understand.
Point of order. Disrespectful, misrepresentation, and twice.
I'll just call an adjournment.
I'll withdraw.
You withdraw.
I want to keep this moving.
Thank you. We do have other things to do.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, from my perspective, as I read this report, I saw the fact that for someone with their training wheels on, when it came to Te Reo, I was able to understand it. If others could not understand it, then I think they basically need to do a little bit more understanding. The staff have put a very good paper together, and I appreciate all the work that went into it. This is not 1976. This is 2024. Everywhere is on a journey with this, and I'd rather be at the front of the journey or somewhere forward of the journey than looking in the rearview mirror. And I think that is the problem at times we actually look at around council, but this is our partnership with mana whenua is enhanced. And I think that is the key part of this paper, and I think I look forward to the next steps in it.
Councillor Fiso.
Mawaira e taurima te marae iwa honei ma te pono ma te tika me te arohae. If you don't know, this is a waiata from Ngāti Porou. It's sung at times of mourning and it's sung at times of great policy making. And I just want to send out that waiata and to acknowledge mana whenua staff and mana whenua from Otako and Puketeraki. And I want to acknowledge the many elders who have been waiting patiently for us to get to this point. And as other speakers have said, there's no excuse for not understanding. We have been on this journey for a long time, and I just want to acknowledge former Mayor Hawkins and Mayor Cull for putting us on this journey. Mana to mana, which means, as Councillor Gilbert said, mana whenua are on parallel with us, and they're there to guide us and teach us. And if we have humility, as Councillor Wiley said, we will learn too.
Kia ora. Right. I don't know how I can follow that, Councillor Fiso. However, there are a few points. I think Councillor Gary certainly pointed out that waka eka noa, we are all in this together. We are in the same waka, the same canoe. on the same journey. Some of us might be in different waka, and we are making this journey at our own pace, and I appreciate that. I also appreciated what Councillor Mayhem said about Te Ao and Te Po, and there is a whakatauki that I was quickly trying to look up about. I think the meaning of it was, without darkness there is no light. So that is something to ponder upon. So staff apologised for the readability of some of the attachments, and I think it's a good lesson to us all to have a look ahead at those and then come back to staff ahead of time if they're having issues with some of the readability. I think we're all on a journey to learn the original language of Aotearoa New Zealand, Te Reo Māori, certainly on my journey, and we're all at different points. Councillor Houlihan talked about knowing the implications and the opportunity for questions and discussions, and we do have mana whenua at the table. And I think Mr Allison addressed some of those questions, and this is the forum to ask those questions. It would have been great if we had had Te Pai Māori. However, we have, and if you would care to take note of the Māori impact statement, it does talk about that there was a workshop with mana whenua, with tūrunanga Ōtako and Katihura Rūnaka ki Puketeraki, with members from both Rūnaka supporting the implementation plan, and then further support for the plan from Arai to Uru Marae at a workshop with Māori Partnership. So that had taken place. I think that point Councillor Houlihan to the next steps about the implementation plan, a project steering group. There'll be detailed operational delivery, the Māori cultural capability framework, and provide reporting and updates through Te Pai Māori and council committees. Also, the terms of reference for Te Pai Māori will be reviewed, and I think that it would be very disappointing if Councillor Houlihan, as the Māori wahine at the table, chose not to vote for this. I also talk about, noted Councillor Gilbert talking about the definition of governance, and we know that governance has many ways and many definitions. So that said, I will move by division. That's right, I have a second. I'll put it by division, sorry.
Mr Allison?
In favour?
Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan? Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lucas?
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis?
No.
Councillor Walker?
Aye.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Councillor Barker?
Aye.
Carried. Carried 11-1.
Kia ora, thank you. Right, we should move on to item 12, the Residents' Opinion Survey Quarterly Update. Ms Nadia Wesley-Smith and Ms Jonichis... Sorry, I'm Sugishita, is that how I say it? Okay, thank you. You can correct my... We're on the pronunciation journey together, and I should know by now. Do you have some questions? Okay, thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions on, oddly enough, the Ros, on page 125. First of all, it's great to see that after my comments not too long ago about the performance of mayor and councillors, it's gone up quite nicely, which is lovely. But that wasn't my question. Handling inquiries, there's a very constant slide. This time last year we were at 80%, and each quarter it's been going downward. Do we have any idea as to why that might be?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. The level of granular analysis is out of the scope of this quarterly reporting, so it's not part of the contract work. So speculatively, we have a monthly data to look at, but look into it. It's just there's always it's not a reliable source of information. It's just I think in this report, it talks about speculation about the trend that was found in this report, but also it's no more than speculation, because essentially the monthly data that this report refers to looks at the responses from less than 100 respondents, and data are raw, so not statistically tested, nor weighted, meaning that we cannot rule out the possibility that we may be over or under representing certain demographic, or another possibility that we just got lucky or unlucky in sampling. So, but in terms of the statistically significant result that's shown in this report, we have a confidence that there's some change, good or bad, for your attention. Yes. So sorry, I don't kind of answer your question or not.
I think we got there eventually. Yes.
Councillor Gary.
Notwithstanding what you just said, John, I accept that it's trends, but could we speculate that the planning and urban design and the roading related infrastructure trend upwards might well be related to George Street being finished?
Overall, so the monthly data that the report referred to, sort of look timing-wise, it coincide with the completion of George Street upgrade. So
fair to speculate, potentially.
Yes. Hence the wording in the report. Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. And continuing on from Councillor Gilbert's question in relation to handling inquiries, and I understand statistically significant, but it's the trends that we're looking at. And I would have thought in particular with the handling inquiries one, and I understand that the customer service agency, they have quite a good reporting dashboard, they can tell, how long it takes to answer calls, all of those kind of things, whether questions have been closed off, all of that. So when we see the trend from that, do we not then use that information, or the department not use that information to analyse the results and say, well, yes, this is a trend because, for the last month the wait time was whatever. I mean, is this information not used within other departments too?
The information is saved in their shared location, so each department have access. So they use the data for their non-financial activity reporting as well. And our contractor, they go through the verbatim as well monthly. And when there's something catches their attention, it flags to us corporate policy. So then we'll pass on to the most recently there was a inquiry. Kind of outstanding inquiry about the customer service, so I passed on to their responsible team. So there is in terms of the access by other teams to data, yes, they have access, and in each case, if there's anything needs attention, corporate policy flag to those teams. Yes.
So in terms of this handling inquiries trend, we need to, I guess, wait till Customer Regulatory Committee and then address the questions to the team then about this trend and whether they have any reasons, or why that might be happening. Thank you.
Do you have any more questions? Councillor Gilbert has indicated a willing to move, and I'm happy to second that. Would you like to speak to the report?
Just very briefly, and yes, I realise that statistical variations and nuances, etc. But I thoroughly appreciate being able to get this on a quarterly basis so that we can see trends. And as I'm sure, I know some staff do watch these meetings, so Mr. Henderson, on the assumption you're listening, just you may want to brace yourself. These questions are coming to you around that trend. So be forearmed. But no, I'm happy to move. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just very briefly, and related to the performance of mayor and councillors in this chamber today, actually, I take comfort in June's analysis of the statistical reliability of these figures, and I'll put our performance increase down as a lucky increase.
Any other speakers? Therefore, I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? Abstentions? I declare that the motion is carried. Moving on to item 13, submission on the Otago Regional Council Strategic Climate Action Plan. Mr Scott McLean and Ms Ginty McTavish will speak to the report. Welcome. Do you have any comments to add or take as read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll take it as read, but I do have a quick comment. So this is another piece of consultation, agency consultation we felt it important to submit on. A relatively tight turnaround, hence I circulated the submission that staff worked really hard to pull together to councillors a few weeks ago. I don't believe we've received any feedback, which I'll take as a stellar example of staff work, but yeah, happy to take feedback and questions now.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I have a question actually, and I don't know if others were as surprised as me, and I should probably pay more attention to our brothers and sisters over at the OSC. But I was surprised that this is actually the first plan put together specifically for focusing climate action. Can you just tell me how long it's been in the making?
Councillor, I don't think I can. I can tell you that at least a year, in the sense that we were first advised of its pending work about then. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know what its genesis was, whether that was council resolution or some other. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I was delighted to see in point 43 on page 138 reference to encouraging public transport to the Eager Centre after school, because that is a significant issue that impacts not only, you know, in terms of zero carbon, but, you know, parents and just general traffic congestion. I wonder whether we might want to add you know, for example, during the summer months, you know, going to the Oval for touch and some of those other significant, you know, on those nights when, you know, whether it's to the hockey turf or whatever, is just to address those after-school sporting events in particular, and encourage the, you know, the looking at public transport. I know sitting on the parking subcommittee when we looked at the changing the parking on Harbour Terrace for the hockey turf, I mean, that's, you know, we talked about if public transport was better, it wouldn't be such an issue. So I'm just wondering whether maybe we could flesh that a wee bit more. I mean, I'm delighted that that's in there, so thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noted the 10-year time frame, and we've commented on that. And knowing how important public transport is to our zero carbon aspirations, it just didn't feel in their plan that was urgent enough or went far enough, to be honest. And are you confident that in the submission we've really hit that home? I know there's that balance between being respectful of the journey they're on and all of that and the work they're doing, but it doesn't feel enough or soon enough to me. So any comments around that, Ms McTavish?
At a staff level, that was, I guess it is evident that the level of granularity in the zero carbon plan around some of these things, and Councillor Lucas or Deputy Mayor Lucas has highlighted a couple of the things, the level of detail and granularity that is captured in our plan. It is evident that the ORC has taken a different approach. from a staff perspective, granularity is very helpful in the sense that it enables us to plan complementary activities or consider the role that any other agencies may have in helping progress emissions reduction towards emissions reduction goals. We have highlighted that, and we have also highlighted the absolute imperatives for improving patronage of public transport services if we are to achieve emissions reduction goals. If that is strong enough or not is perhaps a matter for council. We have sought to seek a balance between being supportive of our Zero Carbon Alliance partner in their work. We also will have opportunities through the Regional Passenger Transport Plan process and other related plans of the Otago Regional Council to highlight maybe more granular input that we may have.
I think for me, if it's an abiding theme that's come through for the last few traineums from the community, and it is so critical for our zero carbon goals, we just need to hit that home. And if we need to be super direct, then I believe we should be. This is one particular point I think that we should just go for broke on.
Councillor O'Malley?
Well, I can't find it on the ORC webpage, but they're currently supposed to be actually consulting now on the RPTP. Is that correct?
I understand its development is underway and there is a time frame that has been shared with staff. I'm not aware of the public engagement timeframes for that.
So for everybody else, that's the Regional Public Transport Plan. And that's relevant because I think that then I assume that we will be actively submitting to that plan when it comes up for consultation to these points.
Yeah, I understand transport staff have been in dialogue with you about that, Chair. I
understand that, but for the councillors at large, when we go into consultation, be aware that when the ORC is going to go into consultation on the Regional Public Transport Plan, so things like the Edgar Centre at that point can be raised, and I'm sure Transport will bring our submission back to council to workshop when we do it.
Councillor Wiley?
Thanks to Councillor Lucas and Councillor O'Malley, because mine was about transport and buses. It's nice to see the note around the school travel plans, but as per our discussion yesterday in parking around the university and students at the Polytech and university, and I think we should have something in there that DCC wishes the ORC and university to talk about a better public transport mechanism to meet the needs of the students on that basis, if that's possible. Is that possible?
Sorry, just to clarify that you're seeking some amendment of paragraph 43 on page 138 to strengthen the reference, or to add reference to other locations that may be impacted by school activities. Is that correct?
Sorry, I cut you off there. No, but including and specifically talking about the Otago University and Polytechnic and their students and faculty travelling to and from.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any more questions? Councillor Walker has indicated a willingness to move, and seconded by Councillor Gary. Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, and thanks, team. Thanks to corporate policy and the various other departments and teams for the input in creating this excellent submission, in spite of one or two typos that I'm sure will be picked up in editing. Welcome, Crux. Gosh, is that your report going live already? The strategic, what we're calling the SCAP, the Strategic Climate Action Plan, as you have read, has two overarching goals, which nobody, I hope, disagrees with, namely that Otago is a low emissions region, and boy, I think we all dream of that. And secondly, that Otago is climate resilient in its ecosystems, communities, and businesses. And although ORC, obviously, its central core role, has a number of other plans and strats related to its core environmentally focused work, as I mentioned in questions, surprisingly, this is the first plan put together specifically focusing on climate action. And I believe we should support those endeavours, notwithstanding some of the sensible suggestions I think we make in terms of supporting the SCAP. And I think point 2 of our submission covers it all, actually, and namely that says the DCC supports initiatives to minimise the harm from climate change and future-proof the environment. This submission is our opportunity to feed into a process that will spit out a final version, fingers crossed, prior to Christmas, which encompasses all the various feedback from this submission process, which supports a long-term vision around climate action goals, both obviously mitigation and adaptation, working with communities, mana whenua, and organisations like us across the region in order, hopefully, to achieve the goals set out in the SCAP. The draft plan itself, I think, is really well written, and I assume you've read it all. And our submission is also, I think, very well written. And again, I'll assume that you've read it. But I do want to focus just on a few areas in the submission in front of us, and a few of you have raised some of those actually in your questions. And for me, they are points 19, 20, 25, 39, 41, 42, and 53. 19 is correct in highlighting the fact that a business as usual transition is inadequate if we want to fend off the worst effects of climate change. The 10-year delivery period is simply, in my mind, not aspirational enough, and I think, Councillor Gary, you highlighted that in your questions. And we are correct in urging that this timeline is reconsidered, and I do think we actually do that strongly enough. Point 20 is spot on, actually, in asking for goal 1.3 in the SCAP to be more specific. I don't think this is a big ask, particularly reducing emissions associated with activities linked to Port Otago. Point 25, I'm glad to see that we strongly support adaptation goals 2.2 and 2.4, which speaks to the participation of ORC in the South Dunedin Futures Programme. And as the submission says, this ongoing collaboration will continue to be invaluable as that work progresses. And point 39, in fact, all the 7 points in the public transport section of our submission are extremely pertinent, but 39, 41 and 42 in particular related to greater choices, frequency, quality, affordability, and looking at the feasibility of inter-regional public transport options, providing, for example, security of access to the Dunedin Hospital for residents of wider Otago, and that's very topical, particularly germane. And finally, point 53 around tracking progress. I think if we don't tick this one off, as our submission rightly states, progress will simply not be monitored in a useful and productive way. All in all, I like the themes of continued collaboration, the Zero Carbon Alliance being a particularly good example that permeates the submission. And I'm personally glad to see the plan itself will be reviewed and updated every 3 years or earlier if needed, so that it can take advantage of emerging opportunities. So these are just some of the many reasons I'm glad to move this motion and see the work progressed as soon as possible by our wonderful friends over at the ORC. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I welcomed the opportunity for us to make a submission. I thank the staff for an excellent, well-articulated points in the submission. As I was reading through our submission, it did occur to me, and this is levelled at governors, to my colleagues, not staff, that I wrote the words down. It's a bit rich of us to be commenting on this because we need to be modelling these things ourselves. However, that is relevant to a couple of the points, not all of them. We've shown that we can work with ORC on projects such as the South Dunedin Futures project, and we can work very effectively together, and that's going to continue to be really important as we go forward. However, I am extremely concerned about the 10 years that's mentioned in their plan. It's not urgent enough, and look, we've just been through a weather event and we came out of it fairly lightly. Anyone involved wouldn't say that was the case, but as a city we came out fairly lightly. This is not going to be the end. We're going to get worse events, and anything we can do together to improve things and give urgency to it, the better. And I didn't feel that urgency in this. Perhaps they were being pragmatic about the reality of what they can achieve. I don't know. But I would like to see more urgency. Public transport, I expected to see it there. And it's the one area that our community relates to. It relates to this on a day-to-day basis. Often people who really do want to switch to public transport from using their vehicle to get to work, to get to school, just don't have a service that meets their needs. And so all of the work we've been doing around work plans, school work plans and those sorts of things, we need the ORC to deliver in terms of the services that meet those needs. And I'm really glad that Deputy Mayor Lucas brought up the matter of the Eco Centre and other sport hubs, because that is a case in point. And may I just pop in for our international students and our tertiary and secondary students generally, that it's really difficult for our internationals to get out into the experience our city, to be ambassadors going forward, because they don't have access to transport and they rely on public transport for that. But in terms of dealing with our community, that is the thing that affects the people in our cities' everyday lives. And it also, and most importantly, is a key factor in terms of delivering our zero carbon goals in 2030. I was pleased to see the mention of biodiversity there. And certainly the work that ORC has done to date around increasing their grants around that area has been effective, and I encourage them to continue in that to strengthen our biodiversity in our city, because it's a really important selling point for the city. And finally, civil defence. Never is there a more important time than when we are collaborating and coordinating and working together in a civil defence scenario as we did a week ago. So our relationship with ORC is important, and I don't wish to be critical of our colleagues over there. I just wish to say it is good to see this plan, but it needs to be more urgent, and I want to see the granular nature of the questions I asked appear around public transport, because I believe that's something our community really desires. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Right of reply, Councillor Walker.
I think you've heard more than enough from me, and I have no issue with anything the previous councillor said.
Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those against?
No. Recorded, please.
Abstentions? I declare that the motion is carried. We'll move on to item 14, growth and economic significant forecasting assumptions for the 9-year plan 2025 to 34. Mr. Cameron Wood will speak to the report. Kia ora, Anna, as well. Oh, and David.
Happy to take any questions, councillors.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, and I know we considered a similar report this time last year when we were intending to do a 10-year plan. So I'm just asking you perhaps if you could highlight if there's any changes to the assumptions from last year.
There's probably a couple, and I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Liggett as well, who's not available as well. But from a population perspective, the population grew, the estimate from last year, at quite a high rate because of the large international migration that New Zealand's sought. So that had us on the high growth rate. So that was quite good. And the other sort of changes are probably just around the economy as a whole has sort of changed a little bit over the last year. Inflation is starting to come down, and there'll be probably a longer term recovery from the economy because of that change, which was probably different to last year. I see that inflation has just come out today at 2.2%, so that's within the bounds of the Reserve Bank Act now.
Councillor Van der Vis.
On background, in page 165, talks about the Local Government Act requiring local authorities to develop a long-term plan, and Schedule 10 of the Local Government Act specifies the minimum information and content of the long-term plan. This includes SFAs, the significant forecasting assumptions. Is it not required that a significant forecasting assumption would include interest rates as we foresee them? There's a lot of very good information in here, but I was surprised that although it may not be part of the minimum information content required, that interest rates would be a very important, significant forecasting assumption.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take that, and I think that's something we'll need to report back on. I think that's probably outside of the scope of what's required for this particular analysis, but I'll double check and get back to you.
I just note that previously a 5% interest rate going forward was assumed, and I'm just wondering whether or not you can confirm that that would also be the case for the 9-year plan.
I think I can answer that, because I think they're all coming in with the financial forecasting assumptions. These are the financial strategy as well. So this is the growth and the economic significant forecasting assumptions. And I believe that interest should be in that, and they've got some economic stuff there. But for us, I think we have some forecasting on interest rates in the financial strategy. I think the challenge is we're getting a bunch of staff coming through different committees and not the whole picture at once. I would stand to be corrected on that. You're nodding, Deputy Mayor Lucas, so that would be the expectation.
Thank you.
Just where's my list? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 168, and it is 7C, talking about migration, and it mentions the unpredictability of migration over the past 5 years. I just wanted to unpack that a little. My impression from a lot of anecdotal comments that have been made to me is that we have a number of people who have come here and they've had a visa to stay for a certain amount of time, work, study, whatever, but the immigration settings are such that they're just not being able to stay and so are leaving. And I'm hearing that over and over and over again. And I want to ask you what impact the current immigration settings having on this international migration?
So it's probably worthwhile just talking about how Stats NZ calculates migration as a whole. So probably a decade ago, you might recall that whenever we went overseas and came back, you had to fill out a form to actually say where you were, and those forms were notoriously inaccurate because people might put where they might land, but then they might travel from like Auckland to Hamilton or to Dunedin or to wherever. So what Stats NZ moved to is what's called the 12-16 rule. And so basically you have to be within New Zealand for 12 months over a 16-month period. And so that generates what is a migrant in terms of from stats perspective. So that means that for the 2 years of the estimates, they are always being recast because 16 months goes over 1 year. So just wanted to sort of outline that. In terms of what we're seeing in migration, obviously there's been some pent-up demand from COVID-related aspects, and so generally pre-COVID, sort of 70, 80,000 New Zealand migration rate was deemed to be quite high, in fact very high. 130,000, which was the last year also, is extraordinary. So what we're wanting to do is get a lot more information coming out of census, which should be out early next year, once they've gone through the post-enumeration survey, to give a better understanding around where people are coming from and also how long they're staying for. There's a question in census around how long you actually, where you lived, 1 year and 5 years, and so we'll be able to get a lot more sort of information around that, councillor, and bring that to you.
So thank you for that, and that is extremely helpful to understand. I guess, I mean, we're at the whim of central government policy on this to some degree. So I think of the nurses that have been attracted to come here, and now there isn't work for them, and there'll be others in that situation. So it may take a little while, will it, to kind of settle?
I think there's been a lot of changes in migration policy over the last 12 to 18 months, and we're not sure what exactly the current government's going to do in the future. So there is always a lag in terms of when people come in and potentially when people go out. So one of the things we're finding, even though we're having high people coming into New Zealand, we're also having quite high rates of New Zealanders exiting New Zealand. So actually understanding the implications for Dunedin is we need to do a little bit more work around getting census data and actually figuring this out a little bit more. And that's probably the big change from last year, when I think Nathan sort of presented this as well, is that we were currently going through quite a high rate. Now things have changed a little bit, that pent-up demand's dropped, changes in policy have occurred, and we need to sort of understand exactly what's going through on that, councillor.
And so there would be families who came back during COVID, post-COVID, and now are looking to go back to where they were before. So that, just to continue that theme, so I'm assuming then it's going to be some time before we have clarity on that, and that high degree of uncertainty with population projections, because that is a major source of population growth, it says. So that's going to give us a lot of uncertainty for the 9-year plan, isn't it? It's not going to settle by the time we're looking at the 9-year plan.
It's probably been the most, the hardest sort of time to try and work through projections because of what happened through COVID and the post-COVID sort of rates. So I think it's going to take a while to settle down, and then whether or not we continue at a high growth rate, as we've signalled for the first 10 years, whether that goes out for the remaining 20 years or whether we return back to what was a normal rate for Dunedin. There's a lot more uncertainty than probably I've ever faced in 15 years of doing this type of work.
Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Mine is sort of around points 12 and 13 on page 170. The economic projections have been informed by Infometrics, and it says, while the Dunedin economy has continued to show resilience in the post-COVID-19, the Infometrics data shows that Dunedin's economic activity dropped by 0.6 rather than the national level of 0.2. But it also then says that consumer spending in Dunedin has grown in line with the national trend, but below consumers' price inflation of 3.3, indicating a decrease in spending volumes. So, my question is, what is the definition, therefore, of resilience if we're below everything? I'm just trying to figure out what wouldn't be resilient.
So again, speaking on behalf of Mr. Liggett, and remembering my economics background. So there's a range of aspects to this, Councillor, in terms of what we've seen, and I've just got the infometrics up on my screen. Yes, GDP is down. It also is provisionally, so we've just got to wait for those final figures. Although based on that, consumer spending is up. So there are swings and roundabouts in the economy in terms of what's occurring. And again, there's lots of factors that are going into this, and we need to sort of better understand that in terms of actually saying just how resilient the economy is. I think Mr. Levitt would have said that based on having lower GDP but high consumer spending, we are being a little resilient to what we're actually seeing in the economy right now. So we just need to better understand that.
So just to clarify, you're on the June 24, yes. Right, where it says that, yes, I agree that the consumer spending has gone up, but it's below the consumer's price inflation. So even Infometrics says that it's actually a decrease in spending volumes, or decrease, depending on how you want to pronounce it.
It would be based on inflation.
Don't forget your mic.
It would be based on inflation, but overall, actually seeing any type of consumer spending increase is actually probably a positive.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Just looking at graph 2, because I've seen the version of this graph as time has moved on, and it always has a remarkable shape to it. If you look at the blue line, high, medium growth, it goes up, and then there's an absolute deflection and it moves horizontally. But if you go back and look at the graphs that are generated 5 years earlier, that same shape is there, except it's 5 years pushed out. And so I'm wondering, I think the underlying assumption is that we're going to have a lot of people die on us, and we've got a limited amount of immigration coming in, I think is the crude way to describe it. Our age of population will obviously no longer be paying rates in the next 30 years. But I'm struck by how it always has a pessimistic growth rate around about 5 years out. And then when we see them a few years later, it didn't really eventuate. So what is the underlying basis of that deflection?
So there's probably a couple of things, councillors. First of all, just for your understanding, when Stats NZ do projections, they look at birth, death and migrations, and they usually release 3 growth rates, low, medium and high, and they change their assumptions based on those rates. And so when we've looked at what we've seen at the moment in terms of Dunedin's growth, we're on that high sort of projection rate. However, in the past, probably for the last 20, 30 years, we've probably been on that medium growth rate. So what we've taken is a pragmatic response in terms of looking at growth and going, is it practical for Dunedin to continue to grow at that sort of level that we've been seeing? And we probably think it is. Once we go to the next, after that 10-year period, we're looking at a little more realistically in terms of the long-term sort of growth rate that Dunedin has had, and I've looked back over 100 years of data, and it's probably within that sort of medium sort of growth rate that we actually see. So we've taken a pragmatic, we think we're growing higher in the first 10 years, but returning back to our, if you want to call it, normal growth rate for Dunedin as a whole. The problem with that is that in stats projections, the highest point of any of the projections are in the first 5 years, and then they gradually drop off. So we're taking the 10 to 30 year medium growth rate, which is actually really low. It's the lowest part of the medium growth rate. So it's always something that we need to look at. When we get more information like estimates and seeing what's going on in migration, we can have a bit more of understanding to actually go whether or not that's actually appropriate or not, and which is why you're probably seeing every time we come to you with this, the data looks kind of similar.
I guess my question would be, hearing your assessment, do you take into account that the council and the city itself may in fact get better as time goes on and be a more attractive place? Because we're quite literally, our winter is a month shorter than it was 50 years ago. We are warmer than we were. We've done a lot of work in livability of the city. So when you make the assumptions that you go back in the past and look at those growth rates, are you taking into account that it potentially wasn't quite the same city?
So I've done this work for Waimakariri and Selwyn, which are the fastest growing districts in New Zealand, and we did take those types of things on board. And so as we get more policies and decisions from council around what might actually influence growth, we can actually start to put that on board. To do that, we need more data to actually sort of go, okay, is this a blip, or is it something because of a decision that we've made, and will that have implications? And, you know, a potentially good issue right now is probably the hospital. In terms of what that does not only to Dunedin but to the wider region as well. And if that was built the way it was going to be, then that starts to factor in the underlying conditions that supports growth. Probably putting economic development hat on, it's also around employment. That's the biggest part around why are people coming into Dunedin. So it's not just livable, which is always important, but it's also, will we have a job and those types of things. So there's a lot of things that probably in the next 20 to 30 years is going to make it a lot harder to do population projections, because there's going to be a lot of things that will influence them more than just births, deaths and migration.
Just to the background grey shape, the low part of that would mean worst case scenarios will actually lose 10,000 people over 25 years. Is that when in the history of the city have we lost that many people over that period of time?
So that will always be so Stats NZ always is a little pessimistic in terms of their growth rates. And so they give councils a boundary in terms of what you'd expect. If you were to look at the assumptions that are underlying, it's basically saying almost no migration, no births, and unfortunately everyone dying. And that's just the case. Whereas what we're seeing in the medium to high rate is more appropriate. So we would never be recommending the low to you, because we don't actually see that that's ever happened in Dunedin's history for a long period of time. Yeah.
To be honest, as you just said, you feel most accurate around about the next 10 years out, and nothing much less accurate as you go further away. Cool.
So I have a question. Noticing that in the forecasting assumptions, the level of uncertainty for demographic change is high, and then seeing that you're going to review those assumptions when the census data comes through next year, do you think that would change the level of uncertainty from high to medium or not? I'll tell you the reason that I'm asking this question is that we're being asked today to approve, for the purposes of developing the 9-year plan and consulting with the community, the significant forecasting assumptions. So I really want to know if those forecasting assumptions are going to change before we go out next year to consult with the community.
So when I updated the demographic data from last year to this year, I didn't see that much change in demographics, and I probably wouldn't expect a large or even a small demographic change. You would probably want to see that over 5, 10, probably 15, 20 years in terms of it. So what we're saying is, for that risk, is just we only get accurate demographic data from census, and that only comes along every 5 years. So that's where the sort of risk is, based on matching what we actually see from the census data to what stats have used from their estimates, and that's the only thing that we're raising there.
Are there any more questions? Therefore, I will move the recommendation, having had that explanation, that we approve for the purposes of delivering the 9-year plan 25 to 34 and consulting with the community the significant forecasting assumptions. And Councillor Vandervis brought up in his questions about the financial assumptions, and I guess this is part of the whole suite, and it would have been great to have everything at once rather than the building blocks one by one, but it helps with our understanding of building the long-term plan. And I also know that we need to consider that this is part of the just ask that people put their hands up when I finish speaking would be lovely, thank you. The balance of the risks about underinvestment in our long-term plan and over-investment as well. This is why these significant forecasting assumptions are so important, because are we building for a population of 150,000 or are we building for the 10,000 deficit that may have been signals, and some terrible assumptions there as well. But I also think listening to Councillor O'Malley's questions is about that we sometimes have to take our fate into our own hands and be optimistic and purposeful about enabling that city growth. So that's that balance that we need to take. I also want us to get the numbers out there. Radio New Zealand and other media absolutely appalling for not doing their maths. I hear again and again Dunedin is a city of about 100,000 people, and they're 34% out on those numbers. So I think perhaps we can take it on board that when we are talking about Dunedin as a city, about its scale and importance, and that's also important around the hospital story as well. There are real challenges in the economy, and this definitely came up in the forecasting assumptions, because if we've got a slower economy, then we've got increases in unemployment, decreases in business confidence, the financial pressure that we have on our communities, the long-term changes in the economy, pressures are on the business and stuff. And I'm aware that we've got a 12:30 deadline to get out of here so we can do our op. Really keep pointing out the reliance on healthcare and education, which are both government funded and the basis of our economy. And I think we need to be really careful about that, and that's hopefully where the economic development strategy will focus on what we can do to grow our economy. Very positive to see tourism coming back, 80% international tourism back, but of course domestic tourism is challenged by the cost of living. Tourism is going to give it a bit of a spit. Export dollars, and also the money that comes from tourism into conservation projects, including Blue Penguins Pukakura, Mana Whenua project as well, and the city vibrancy. I also noted, and that's why I asked about the levels of uncertainty. We had 2 low, 2 medium, 1 medium high, and 2 high. So it's about how do we mitigate those risks. They were the economic changes, the visitor numbers, the demographics, ageing population, growth and urban development, resilience and civil defence. Medium, and I mean we've just witnessed a big civil defence emergency, so that's something to look at and be concerned about when we look at these levels of uncertainty and the risk to our city. And I just want to say that while we're subject to all of those wider fluctuations, and we've talked about the economy, we've talked about migration and unfortunately natural disasters, we're also responsible, as I said, for creating our own future. So when we are in the middle of the strategic refresh, so when we're thinking about that, we need to create those strong vision, strategies and plans, like our long-term plan, to create that positive future for our communities. So I commend the forecasting, and we all know, I've got a degree in economics, that it is an art perhaps, I know not necessarily a science, and we'll take these as read and hope that nothing too much changes apart from positive stuff. And I saw Councillor Vandervis put his hand up, so he would like to speak. Any other speakers?
I'd like to thank the report writers for a clear report with hard data in it, and especially for the graphs, which I think very quickly give you a whole lot of data that gives context to what is anticipated coming up. I look forward to getting the financial significant forecasting assumptions as well, and hope that we can bring them all together so that we are well prepared for the debates in the 9-year plan.
Councillor Gary.
Third time lucky. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to focus on one matter, and it is the matter I raised in the questions. And one of the statements in the report, and thank you, team, for the report, is around predicting population growth has become increasingly challenging due to New Zealand's changing levels of migration over the past decade. So we had the COVID factor with lots of people returning home, and then some of those have gone away. Our city is a very attractive city to people in terms of livability, and how we progress that going forward is up to us as a council, and I believe that's something that is within our wheelhouse. But there are other factors at play here, and I note that international migration was a major source of population growth in Dunedin's 2023 provisional population estimate, but that it's unpredictable. And staff have given us their best shot at this with the information they have before us. But the point I want to make is, and I've had yet another email this morning about this very matter, is that the central government immigration settings are impacting our ability to be confident about these settings. There have been a lot of changes to the immigration settings over the past 12 months in particular. But even before that, there were issues because we don't have an immigration office here. That creates problems for more complex cases, and it is a challenge for our city. So this is something we need to be mindful of and understand that we're at the whim of central government and those of you who have lines of communication up the way. And when we did have a visit from our buddy MP Joseph Mooney, it was a comment I made to him in regards to international education around the immigration settings. So if you have a line to central government colleagues, please give the message that the immigration settings are hurting our city.
Councillor O'Malley.
Madam Chair, I'm just going to comment on the projections again and sort of how I believe that we should approach them. In terms of, well, there's an economics terms called cumulative causation, which I think really needs to come into here, which is if you feed growth with more infrastructure, you end up getting more growth again. And that's actually what's happening on in Auckland right now, and the investment of the government into the Golden Triangle is creating a perpetual growth machine up there. The other side of that coin, though, is if you don't invest, you don't get your growth. And if you look at our population growth and you look at our city debt, you can actually see pretty similar curves. When we were not investing, we were not growing. And then as soon as we started to invest, we've picked up. And I think that's what matters for when we're going into the long-term plan. We don't want to do a Kaipara where we end up building a wastewater plant for something that never got built. But that plant's been built, and I bet you what you'll see eventually is they'll have a population growth up there because of the presence of that plant. But I'm not planning on going that direction. But we shouldn't be, if we approach that we're going to die, we're all shrinking, we're never going to go anywhere, we shouldn't invest, we will get that outcome. And we will project that to the country. And in many respects, you can look at that population growth, and I can see a date there that looks pretty close to the construction of the stadium, which at the time I didn't think was a very good investment for, if it was just for rugby, but it's had a major impact on our status in the country. And those sort of unquantifiable investments around livability are important, because when you're trying to recruit a new worker to the city, you're bringing their whole family with them. And if any one member of that family says, I don't want to live there, then the chance of that person coming goes down. So I would actually argue that livability is a greater economic driver and population driver than directly investing in companies. So as we go forward, I want us to look closely to that blue line rather than the bottom of the grey triangle, and recognising in fact we can only predict with any accuracy of less than 10 years out. So beyond that, whether that curve deflects or not is really more almost a matter of opinion. And certainly Stats New Zealand doesn't think we're a major city. They were pretty much the people who took us off the 4-city list. So I would say we need to be ambitious going forward, and this population projections indicates that we can be, and I believe if we feed that ambition, we will get that population growth. And it is essential for our survival to grow, because we had to be proportionally the same size as the other cities.
Any other speakers? I'll just make a few comments. I think as we look at these things, we know that change is the only constant. Councillor Vandervis talked about the financial assumptions, and it will be great to have that suite of whole information for when we make those decisions. And Councillor Geary certainly talked about the immigration settings and how they affect us and how government policy affects us. And I think we've had a rocky number of years where government policies have affected us a lot, so we do need to try and influence those policies where we can. Councillor O'Malley, cumulative causation, and I think I should know what that was. I like the word growth machine, though. I felt like that was something that we should think about. And also when we might look at the grey triangle, I think that's the Bermuda Triangle for us, and we don't want to be there. We definitely want to be ambitious and work on our livability. And I think these hopefully we'll look forward to some more positive growth projections when we get our engine working a whole lot faster, but we will have to think about very carefully about those infrastructure investments when it comes to the long-term plan. Right, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare that the motion is carried. So on item 15, the Reserve Management Plan Review Schedule. Ms. Jeanette Wikaira. Oh, it's got Messieurs or Messrs. Heath Ellis and John Brinkley will speak to this report. I don't know how to say that word. MESSRS. Kia ora and welcome. Do you have any prefacing remarks or happy just to take questions? Do we have any questions? Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I've got some questions on page 191 about the indicative timeline in particular. So I know that we've currently got some plans out for review, and so I'm quite surprised that some of those that are currently under review, Mosgiel and Logan Park in particular, we're talking them not being completed till 25-26. I'm just wondering why that is.
With Mosgiel, the report that's coming after this one suggests the 2-month engagement period happens in January to February, and so by the time we incorporate any feedback and go through hearings, it will kick into the July, which will be the next financial year. So it's only just in the next financial year, but it probably will. And I was being a little bit pessimistic with timing there.
Thank you. But the one that I do have some concern about is the Sports Ground Management Plan, which I know has been there since 1999, but we're talking about 2027, 28. And Sport Otago have been talking for a long time about the whole sporting review, and we've talked about this, and this has come up a number of times about Sports Ground Management Review. So I'm quite concerned. I mean, that's 3 to 4 years away, when it's already, I understand, quite a pressing issue to review this.
We were waiting for the Sport Otago Places and Spaces report to come through, so that arrived January. We've got a sports facilities review ourselves, and we're sort of incorporating the places and spaces information into that. And Sport New Zealand have also got an indoor facilities strategy, which has only just arrived, and so we're incorporating that into our plan as well. So our sports facilities review should be available fairly soon, once we've finished editing it, and then once that's all out of the way, we can then look into the sports ground. So it was really just fitting in some of these other ones. Yeah.
I would just suggest, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I would just suggest that that's possibly of more urgency than, Hills Reserve Management Plan, for example. In the short period of time I've been around this table, we've talked about the need for this and waiting for the Sport Otago work to be done, and obviously our sport facilities review will help feed into the sports ground management. I just think there is a need, and having been involved in a number of sporting entities, they're asking for us to do some work in the sense. So I'll just, if we can review where that sits, that would be good.
May I ask if you have a suggestion as to where it should be elevated? I also have a question just regarding if councillors because I know some councillors sit on some of the management groups. If they have requests and have noticed that perhaps groups might need to, or plans might need to be elevated, is the process to use option 2 and then suggest some rejigging? Yeah, well, my request will be that we are moving the Hereweka Harbour Cone Management Plan up the schedule, because it's a 2012 plan, so I'm just wondering if we can just check the process perhaps with the GSOs about making any amendments.
And I'm just mindful of staff work. I mean, you can't do them all at once, so I'm just, if I move that sports ground management plan to a different time, I mean, something else has to at least one has to drop down. So I'm looking for guidance what that would, how you would rejig it if that came up the order.
So yeah, we've got them in sequence here. So in the appendix on page 191, we're going through reserve general policies at the moment. So those first 6 or 7 are what we're currently working on. So the next cab off the rank was going to be hill reserves. So if you want to reprioritise, it just pushes from 8 backwards, essentially.
I'll just foreshadow that I am going to move option 2 and add that number 15, the Hereweka Harbour Cone Reserve Management Plan, goes to position 8. So if you were, Deputy Mayor Lucas, if you were looking to suggest a movement, we need to get everyone to agree to it, but perhaps you might like number 9. Does anyone else have any more questions? Councillor O'Malley, sorry, I did have you on the list.
Page 185 again, so it's, I think, oh yeah, it's back to where it's point 30 on page 185. The other part of 30C is we're waiting until the sports facilities review is complete, and I thought that's been going along for quite some time.
Yeah.
It's in the final stages of drafting.
When you were answering Councillor Lucas before about Mosgiel, and you said January and February for consultation, what about Logan Park?
Yeah, once we once we hear from Cricket, we don't want to put out the plan now and then Cricket come and basically make it out of date before it's even finished its consultation by proposing to build the crava on a certain part of the ground. So once we get that information back from them, we'd probably hope to go out around the same time, depending, we'd have to work with the comms team.
Pointing out that a major set of clubs there are university clubs, and you'd be going out for consultation right in the middle of university vacation. So I don't think, that's not going to work for quite literally one of the most common clubs there. So that's my only feedback. I think that would have to go to February, March, and then you'd be able to capture them all coming back.
Thanks, Councillor. We'll take that on.
And my last comment is, I'm on the Orkea Reserve Management Committee, although you wouldn't know it because it hasn't met for a very long time. That has expired already, and I see it's not due to 27-28. So are we staffed enough to keep these management plans updated? I guess it's not. I'm not asking you, obviously, but it is a rhetorical question. I think for your management, is these plans are taking a long time, and I don't think it's due to the fact that you're not working. It's that they are taking a long time to come back after they've expired, because it's sitting down there. It's expired, but it's saying that it's still in action. So, yeah.
Yeah, there was a bit of a delay. Like we're rejigging the process of continuous. Renewing, but there was a gap where nothing was renewed for a long time. So now that the process has started, it's coming back. Yeah.
Any more questions? Therefore, I'm going to move option 2, that Council approves the attached reserve management plan schedule with amendments that reprioritises the timing of RMP reviews to create a new reserve management plan schedule. That is moving number 15, Hereweka Harbour Cone, to number 8, and number 11, the Sports Ground Management Plan, to number 9. This is great to get these plans reviewed and actually have some time to give some input and some thought. And I especially take on board what Councillor O'Malley said about Orkea not meeting, because I think we have some challenges around some of the management of the plans, and I think it's good to review those plans, which are very important for us. The Hirawika Harbour Cone, both myself and Councillor Wiley sit on that group, and I think it's definitely time for review. And I certainly take on board what Deputy Mayor Lucas says about the sports ground management plan, and also given the sports ground review. Does anyone else wish to speak? Therefore, I will put the motion. Oh, sorry, second. Thank you, Mandy. Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. Now, item 16, the draft Mosgiel Recreation Area Reserve. Ms. Jeanette Wikara, Heath Ellis and John Brinkley, and Ms. Elizabeth. Oh, thank you for the pronunciation. Sorry, would you mind saying it again for me, please? Schoenwald. Ah, thank you. Do you have any opening remarks, or just happy to take questions?
Happy to take questions, thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I don't know how I'm going to phrase this question. On page 219, when you talk about the establishment of the children's playground, were you aware that the Torrey Facilities Trust was instrumental in the development of that playground? And I just, I'm happy to provide information. I just think it would be appropriate to include that in the document, because it was a significant community project as well as the council.
I would love that feedback. That was one of the hardest things with this, is trying to record the history that went into the reserve.
I'm happy to provide you with a contact who will be able to give you that information, and I've got a few typos that I'll provide through too. Thank you.
But I also found some concern about the New Zealand South Island robin, and that the population was at risk of extinction due to the absence of predator management. So is this an urgent issue that can be addressed by council in the interim while the plan is being put forward?
It was more a matter to support looking at sort of biodiversity work within the Silver Stream Reserve.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So are there any groups that look after predator management there, or it's a bit of a sad story?
Not that I'm aware of. I spoke to a student who did a study on that particular.
Oh, I met her perhaps for the Mosgiel Torrey Community Board. The Robin, page 221. Are there any other questions? If not, Councillor Lucas has indicated that she would like to move this. Do you wish to speak to it?
I do wish to speak to it, and I'm going to be a blatant advertisement for Mosgiel. But I think it's very appropriate that this is a management plan that incorporates not only the playground, Memorial Gardens, Memorial Park, Te Puna, Peter Johnson Park, and the banks of the Silver Stream, because that's actually how they are used. And as an example, as a parent, without using your car, your child can be at swimming lessons, they can be playing touch rugby, they can be at athletics, or in the wintertime they could be at rugby practice or playing rugby, they could be at football or football practice, they could be at netball, and you can do all of that within walking distance. And I don't know that there is any, I would argue there is very few places, probably in New Zealand, that you can, without getting in your car, your child can be participating in all of those sporting activities. And I think it's a wonderful facility, and I think it's very appropriate that it's a management plan for all of that. And even, people going to the library can enjoy the Memorial Gardens, they can watch children in the playground. And I just think it's a fantastic facility for Mosgiel, and I urge the people of Mosgiel and the Torrey and wider Dunedin, because a number of people do travel, in particular to the playground, but obviously the Weet-Bix Triathlon is the home, that area is the home of that. We have 1,000 kids easily every year participating in that, and it's Tyree Rugby Club and Mosgiel Football Club are two of the biggest sporting clubs for those codes. So it's home to a number of activities, so people do travel out for their kids in particular and adults to play sport out there. And so I urge people to make submissions on this, because I think it's the more input we have, the better the facilities can be in the future, and huge potential. And I think, you know, I've had kids, you know, develop their love for basketball playing in what is an awful basketball court inside the gym, and I just, you know, if we can get input into what could make a better facilities there, I think it's the opportunity's there. Thank you.
I failed to get a seconder, so I saw that Councillor Houlihan had her hand up next to speak. So, Councillor Houlihan, would you like to second the motion, and you want to speak to it as well?
I had a question actually, but I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank
That's
you.
fine. Thank you.
Okay. So, Councillor O'Malley, then Councillor Walker.
I actually just want to comment on what Councillor Lucas said about the stop banks. I remember sitting, when I was playing for Mosgiel, sitting there listening to a parent on the phone talking to his son, and he said, take your bike down the stop banks and I'll meet you at home. So they're actually being used as a safe mechanism for moving around in a traffic-free zone. Having experience out at Memorial Park, and having played on Logan Park in my youth, I see this area as being very like the next Logan Park for the city. Logan Park itself is filling up and it really can't take any more hard-built material in there anymore. And Mosgiel or Green Island will be the area where you go next. So it's either going to be here or Sunnyvale. There's so much more land here that I imagine this will be the place where it'll be done, and it'll be, as it evolves, I think it's going to be a major, major asset for the whole of the city.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Great pitch for Mosgiel by the Deputy Mayor. And I'd just like to say, for those of us who love cycling, if only we could open up some certain tunnels that would give us the opportunity to go and visit that oasis. Fingers crossed, eh?
Right, I am going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those against, abstentions, that is carried. Move to item 17, items for consideration by the Chair. Yes, we appear to have none. I will do the karakia whakamutuka. Closing prayer. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia kutia uru tapanui, kia wātia kia mama te kako, te tinana te wairoa I te ara takatu, koea rā I roko whakairea, aki ki ruka, kia tina, huie, taikie. I declare the meeting closed. Thank you, everyone.
E ka hau e whā, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I acknowledge and greet the mana whenua nations of Kaitahu, Kati Mamoe, Waitahahawe and Rabuwai in on whose ancestral territory, Rohe, we are each so fortunate to live, love, learn, work, worship and play. I acknowledge and greet the authorities, the voices and all of us who are from the Four Winds, ka hau e whā. Welcome everyone, members of the public, the media, DCC officers and elected members to this, the meeting of the Community Services Committee on the afternoon of Wednesday, October 16th. This is the last such meeting for 2024. And I will open with a karakia timataka and then do a wee health and safety briefing and we'll get into the agenda. Tutawa mai ruka, tutawa mai raro, tutawa mai roto, tutawa mai waho. Kia tau i te mauri tū, te mauri ora ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, taiki e. Housekeeping, health and safety, wharepaku / toilets, through the entry doors and to the right. Fire evacuation procedures. Please leave the building via the exit stairwell indicated by the exit signage and assemble on the footpath in front of the Night and Day and on the corner of Princess Street and the Octagon. Alternative assembly point on the footpath of Moray Place by the DPAG car park. Please follow the instructions of the fire warden. Earthquake procedures, remain in the building, it's safer. Move away from windows and any equipment and furniture which may topple. Take shelter under solid furniture such as tables and hold on. Lock wheels on any mobility aid. If you do require assistance in the event of an evacuation, please advise the Government Support Officer. In all cases, follow instructions given by fire wardens, civil defence officers, emergency services. Kia ora. And so we did have a public forum speaker, but she will be allocated to speak at another public forum. So we're on to apologies. And we have many apologies. So I move that the committee accepts the apologies from Councillors Weatherall, Ackland, Benson Pope and Mr Mayor. Is there a seconder? Kia ora, Councillor Mayhem. Karapura, all those in favour please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Kia ora. I declare the motion is carried. Item number 4, confirmation of agenda. Are there any updates since this morning to your declaration of interests? That being the case, I move that the committee... Oh, sorry. Sorry, why did you call out? Anyway, okay, sorry, I'm mixing them up. Okay, are there any... I'll start again. Are there any additions, alterations or deletions to the agenda that people would like to propose? Thank you. I move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem for seconding. I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. That motion is carried. And now we're on to the other one. Item number 5. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest they might have. Are there any changes to or updates to the register since this morning? Okay, I will move that the committee A, notes the elected members' interest register and B, confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem, for seconding. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. That motion is carried. Confirmation of the minutes is the next agenda item. Is that right? Am I reading? Yes. I changed the numbering. Okay, 6.1, Community Services Committee meeting, 20th of August, 2024. I'm just looking at Councillor Mayhem. Was I there? Yeah. Okay. I will move that the committee confirms the public part of the minutes of the Community Services Committee meeting held on 20th of August 2024 as a correct record. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gilbert, for a change. Anyone wish to point out any typos or anything that they came across? Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Kia ora. That motion is carried. And now we have minutes of committees. Minutes from the committees reporting to the Community Services Committee are provided for noting. There's the Toitu Otago Settlers Museum Board, July 2024. Thank you, Councillor Lucas, for moving. And thank you for seconding, Councillor Wiley. Is there any discussion, pointing out anything? Okay, I'm going to put it that the committee, Councillor Lucas has moved and Councillor Wiley has seconded, that the committee notes the minutes of the Toitu Otago Settlers Museum Board meetings held on 9th of July 2024. As there is, oh yeah, gosh. I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. I declare the motion is carried. Grants subcommittee meetings of the 26th and 27th of June 2024. I am happy to move that the committee notes the minutes of the grants subcommittee meetings held on the 26th and 27th of June. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. Any discussion as to the correctness of the record? There being no points of discussion, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Kia ora. That motion is carried. And we are now on to Part A reports, item number 7. Community Services Committee Forward Work Programme. The Community Services Committee Forward Work Programme provides updates on activity, progress and expected timeframes for decision making across a range of areas of work. Ms. Jeanette Wikaida, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Recreation, will speak to the report and respond to questions. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, and I'm not really sure who can answer this. It's on page 42 in relation to Te Whare Rakatia, and I'm noting that the progress to date was a meeting between councillors and the governing board of the Fringe, and I'm just not sure what the next steps are, and I'm aware that staff weren't present in that meeting, but I'm just mindful that we don't have a time frame or kind of a next steps, and that's why I'm just saying I'm not really sure where the question's directed. It was only when I read this that it's not clear what happens next.
I know that we had an EA present taking notes. Have those notes been recirculated? No. Okay. So they might tell us.
Yes, there was a discussion about a way forward, which my mind is completely blank on. But I'm just mindful we just need to incorporate that in here so that it actually progresses, that we don't lose sight of progression, because I'm mindful that it needs to progress. Thank you. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public art update on page 39. I just wondered if there was a typo in terms of the dates. I was a little confused and I wondered if someone could give me some clarity. In the reason for the work, provide an overview of the DCC public art framework and consider the commissioning of a new public artwork for 2024. I would have thought that was a bit belated, and then that we're having a workshop as part of the council 9-year plan.
So we had, as part of the GLAM workshops, one of the presentations was on public art, but it got cancelled because of the hospital or the floods, and it hasn't. I'm not aware that it's been put back into our schedules yet, but there is a presentation to be provided to councillors about where we're at with the public art.
So my question was around that date of 2024. I'm assuming that there hasn't been a piece of public art commissioned this year, not that I'm aware of anyway, and there won't be given the time frame that we have left.
That's what the presentation is about.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Councillor Walker.
I think this is probably for Ms. Wikaira, and I know it says in here there's a report coming in October around the expressions of interest for the the music plan? Has the numbers been good?
Yes, I understand there's been 17 people whose names have been put forward. The report, we just didn't have enough manpower to get it to this committee, but it'll be coming to the end of this month. Yep.
Are there any other questions? Cool. I will move that the Committee A notes the Community Services Committee Forward Work Programme for October 2024. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Walker. Is anyone would like to speak to the motion? I would just like very briefly to acknowledge the work of the staff and acknowledge the staff. There's been so much pressure and so much extracurricular, shall we say, in terms of the hospital and, of course, the state of emergency. So just deep felt gratitude to every staff member and thank you, Ms. Wikaira, for managing all this, especially in terms of the sacrifices made by the whānau of staff while they're away busy serving. Thank you. Any other speakers? I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Kia ora. That is carried. And now we come to item number 8. The Community Services Activity Report for April to June 2024. This multi-department report provides an oversight of community assets, community development and community wellbeing across arts, culture, community development and recreation services. There's a heap of staff in the room ready to speak to answer your questions, speak to their reports. And I think we'll start with libraries. Is that correct? Anne-Marie Wigley? Ms. Wigley, please. Director of Library Services. Thank you very much. Do you have any prefacing comments, or will you just go straight to questions?
Straight to questions, thanks.
Kia ora. Councillor Barker, sorry. Councillor Barker has a question.
Thank you, Chair. I see that there's all of the figures of all of the people that visit the different libraries, and I just wonder, do we keep any figures on how many people use the book buses?
Yes, we do have those figures, and they could be considered for future reports if that's desired.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm referring in particular to point number 29 on page 57, when we talk number 30, talking about the increasing use of people who are possibly in housing insecurity, shall we say, and amending the sleeping in the library policy, which I thought that was interesting. You know, we had one. I'm sure I've been known to doze off in the past. So I'm just in the wider environment, I'm just interested in this, and is it how staff are managing this, because obviously from the reading of this is becoming a potential issue, and wondering whether you might be able to comment on that.
The staff are mindful of what's happening out in the community and are being proactive in keeping both everyone who comes into the library facilities safe and being respectful and upholding their mana, and also their own. So there's ongoing conversations on how to deal with different situations and what's the best way forward. So it's just something that we've always got in our minds, and the change to the sleeping in the library policy is an example of a response to a changing need.
Any other questions for Ms. Wigley? Thank you. Thank you. Cultural Facilities, Cam McCracken, Director of DPAG, Toitu, Lanyuan and Ulverston. Are there any questions for Mr McCracken? Yes, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Hi. I'm just wondering why Ulverston seems at 55% quite low. How does that compare? It just seems really low to me. And I'm wondering any reason why that is. Oh, satisfaction ratings for the cultural facilities, and that's got Ulverston at 55%. Am I on the wrong page?
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. It's been popped off when you took. Yeah, did you hear any of that? Thank you.
Is that ROS data that you're referring to?
It's on item number 10.
Sorry, on page 49.
Yeah, look, I guess ROS data is always really challenging to kind of respond to because you don't have a lot of context with why respondents have done so in the way that they have. What I can tell you is that the satisfaction levels with users of Ulverston are consistently high. I think it's in the top handful of cultural facilities or attractions as rated on TripAdvisor. So look, that's something that we can interrogate, further.
Yes, Councillor Gary.
Mr McCracken, on page 56, Lan Yuan is mentioned, and I just wanted to ask you, because it's hot off the press this morning, we had a Chinese delegation go to Lan Yuan. Do you have any feedback about how that visit went? All of these folk were from Shanghai.
This morning's no, I haven't caught up with staff about that, but we have done a lot of preparation for this delegation visit, and there is a big delegation, I think, in about 10 days' time, which we will be, rolling out the red carpet for as well. But we work with the Chinese community, we work with the economic development team here in the council, and various other stakeholders to offer the warmest of welcomes to visitors from China.
Could you just speak to the significance of a visit to the garden from Shanghai, just briefly?
Look, the garden is a very significant piece of cultural infrastructure. The gift that was made from the people of Shanghai, the municipal government of Shanghai, back in 2008 was significant, and it is a focal point, I know, for the Chinese community here, as well as a lot of economic development activities. It is a point of difference that this city has, like no other. It's a symbol of the really strong relationship that that the sister cities of Dunedin and Shanghai have, it's a pleasure to welcome people, who are on those delegations.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thanks, Cam, for the report. Just on Lan Yuan, it's in my head, my wife yesterday visited to renew her yearly pass. No, she didn't renew mine, by the way, which is great value. And she said she goes there to work and said she was quite disturbed with the work going on. I noticed in the report it talks about that work. Can you just speak to the work that's being done and when it will be completed?
Yeah, so we're working quite closely with colleagues in property to do some maintenance, and there's never a good time to do that. So the quieter winter months are when that can happen. That program of work is happening right now, and we are, it will cease in a few days' time, just before that major delegation arrives, I think on the 29th.
And it will be completed?
Up until, well, it's the program of work that we've identified as being realistic to get done. The garden's going to look great after that. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you.
Kia ora, Mr McCracken. I have a question about the cultural sites on page 60. Talks about asbestos. Is there any time frame for when that will be completed once it gets started later this year?
Yeah, so that's an issue that we have in the Toitu collections, whereby we discovered asbestos dust on some of the collection in late 2022, and what I can really tell you is that it's likely to be a multi-year project to do that remediation, and it's really hard to be definitive, beyond that until we actually get into the process of testing and just discovering a little bit more about the extent of the issue. But it's not an unsafe situation. It's a contained situation. It's not asbestos that's existing in the building. It has come from other buildings and it is on the collection. So any asbestos is serious, but in the grand scheme of things, this is a very manageable situation, and we'll just tackle it as time and resources allow us over the next few years.
Thank you, Mr McCracken, and thank you to you and all your teams across the 4 sites. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
And welcome to the table, Ms Nikki Page, for the City of Literature, the UNESCO City of Literature that we are. Any prefacing comments?
No, I'm just happy to take questions if there are any. Kia ora.
Councillor Gary has a question.
I attended the National Poetry Day that was partnered with the library and the City of Literature, and it was a wonderful event. Nikki, could you tell us a bit more about it? And I know I've got colleagues who are really interested in how we celebrated Janet Frames, and I know it's mentioned here briefly in a couple of sentences, but can you speak to that as well, please?
Certainly, thank you for enjoying that lovely evening, Councillor. It was really special. We wanted to celebrate our 10th birthday, as you'll know, throughout the whole year, so many members of the community could be involved. But for this one pinnacle event, we celebrated National Poetry Day, which the poets always celebrate together. So we made it a really mega version this year to celebrate our 10th birthday with them. And the National Poetry Day is a nationwide celebration, so it was a good way to get some eyes too on our city around the country as well as around the other cities of literature. So we had the poets write in pairs new pieces for the day about our city, about Ōtepoti. So normally it's not quite so structured, but we thought that was a wonderful way to capture their thoughts about our city for this special year. And we also wanted to highlight the very significant 100th anniversary of Janet Frame's birth. So we wove this into one big celebration of Janet Frame and of our 10th birthday. And with the new poems, the poets had to go in pairs because we had so many local poets, so we had to streamline the program, and they wrote these beautiful new pieces together, and they were performed on the night along with jazz responses and musical responses and some dance responses, and also a beautiful themed birthday cake with books and shelves and a ladder. And the poets acknowledged, many of them in their work, Janet Frame's legacy, and we also read some poems for Janet Frame and spoke about her on the night. So it was a very special occasion, and the poets surprised us by making a book for us of all the poems from the night. So we thought we were celebrating them, but then they celebrated us, our City of Literature, by creating a published book of all the poems about our city and presenting it to us on the night. So obviously I've also passed that on to all of you as it's a gift to thank you.
So congratulations for that. It was a magnificent evening, and I think my colleagues would be interested to know that road cones featured quite prominently in the poems about the city. There were some wonderful poems, weren't there, Ms Wikaira? And the jazz, just for Councillor Walker's, we had comments about jazz yesterday, Ms Page, so I'm just saying the jazz was magnificent.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A few questions. First of all, with the New Zealand Young Writers, other than the podcast, which all I could find, at least in this, other than the podcast, what involvement did City of Lit have with the New Zealand Young Writers?
Oh, thank you, Councillor Gilbert, for that question. So we work with all the festivals each time they are on. One of our main roles is publicity and encouraging them to shine. So we really focus on promotions and growing audience numbers and accessing new audience, and also encouraging them to be as wonderful as they can in order to have the big reach. And this year we also provided a birthday cake for the festival because of our birthday and their 5th birthday. So we offered a birthday cake for their opening, which was a free event for the community, and for the dual birthday. And with the podcasting that you've correctly identified, so we like to support the podcasts for the Young Writers Festival so that people who can't make it get to hear the speakers and the panels afterwards, rather than having live streams which can cannibalise the audiences. We have that offering afterwards, which means you have the accessibility for everybody, but hopefully people that can come do come along, and you can re-listen, of course. Some of them are well worth listening to again. And also, from the City of Literature's point of view, it's a lovely investment because we can share those very easily around all the other 52 cities of literature. So it's a really great way to get our authors out there, and especially our young voices out there into the community. Nottingham City of Literature is very big on youth voice, for example, so they're really interested in our podcasts after each festival.
Thank you for finishing with the youth voice, because I'd like to turn to item point 52, which, as you know, is possibly something a little bit close to my heart. Could you just speak a little bit to the project with the Rudolf Steiner School, the Teddy's Life Journey, which I have been lucky enough to have an advanced copy of, and given the term started this week, I think, didn't it, when the students are going to be getting their copy, because I keep getting harassed because I've got one.
So Teddy's Life Journey, we're very proud of this new publication, which I also did pop into your cubby holes. You may not have had a chance to go past yet, but so both of these publications that we're talking about are in your cubby holes, and I really hope you enjoyed them. So Teddy's Life Journey is a beautiful new publication, as Councillor Gilbert said, made by the students at the Rudolf Steiner School. They worked with our City of Literature poet Laura Keat, Jenny Powell. As I've mentioned before to this room, she has travelled to primary schools in South Dunedin to run her free poetry workshops, and with 5-year-olds in particular, and this group was slightly older, they were 11 and 12, and so they were able to write a poem each rather than as a whole class. And so they also really wanted Teddy to come along. We offered a different format because they're slightly older, but the beloved Teddy was one on the day again, and they insisted that Teddy came and that Teddy was the inspiration for the poems. So we've made Teddy's Life Journey. It follows Teddy in a more sophisticated way than from the 5-year-olds through the course of his life, as you'll see, and they've also illustrated their own poems. So it's a really good book that the students really rose to the occasion, and Jenny offered a little free editing service online afterwards, and the poems are polished and very, very strong, and then the artworks are a total delight. So each child will take one home for their whānau to practice, to show off and practice reading, and also some for the school libraries. And we also use them for special gifts and prizes for other cities of literature and visitors to town, and for other schools to benefit from. The time frame, we wanted to make it sometime in the final term so that it could tie in with something that the school is doing to bring everyone together. So we always try and be community led, and there'll be a time when they're gathering people together, whether it's the final assembly or a special event that the school's gathering for anyway. We'll lock into that and fit in with the school, and we'll bring a copy for obviously the students that are in the book, but the other students too will receive one, and it's going to be a really exciting presentation when it happens. We're really looking forward to it. So we don't have a specific date. We'll be guided by the school.
And my last question, also on that one, can you also speak to the significance? You mentioned the final point of point 52 is that this initiative was selected by the Secretary-General National Commission for UNESCO in reporting it to UNESCO in Paris. Is it just one of the projects that has been selected, or is it the project?
Vicky Soanes, who is the Secretary General, she really loves the work of our South Depot at Lorikeet. She's very interested in everything we do in Ōtepoti, and you'll have noticed that she came down for our other very significant event for Janet Frame. She actually flew down for that occasion when the papers became inscribed in the memory of the world. So Vicky Soanes particularly liked the poems that the school came up with and their artworks, and also the idea of the South Depot at Lorikeet offering these free visits, and the equity and the educational value, and then the object at home, the taonga, to keep for afterwards. So she felt really strongly that she wanted to report on it and asked me to send something when the time was right for her to report to UNESCO. But she does reporting to UNESCO in Paris quite regularly. So as far as I know, that was the only creative city project she reported on at that time, but I don't want to say that categorically because I didn't check. But in the conversation, she sounded as if she had chosen that one as her creative report for that quarter.
Kia ora, Councillor Gary, followed by Councillor Walker, and then Councillor Barker.
You can see we've been saving our questions for you, Nikki. I see that UBS is turning 80 and there'll be a cake and so forth. How else will that be celebrated? Because that's quite something, isn't it?
So I know it seems such a big age, 80, doesn't it? So we had, again, we provided a cake, and it's really been a lovely year of cakes, and I think it's quite a nice way. We're gathering up this beautiful collection of photographs of cakes, which will be really lovely for us to keep afterwards for sharing in years to come. So we celebrated with a cake with them already, and that went really well. They're also gathering a collection of memories, and they're going to distribute those in different forms. They're doing that themselves, but I think that's a lovely celebration. As well, I think they've got a little program of speakers coming up. I noticed that they were talking earlier about wanting to share publicity with us. So maybe if we watch that space on the City of Literature social media, I think they've got some guests coming into their store over the next little while to celebrate the 80th.
And my last question is around your role in terms of the City of Literature in an international sense. Can you tell us about what that currently is and how that goes?
So I'm on the executive group for the Cities of Literature Network. So that's an operational executive. We look at strategic ways to leverage the advantages for our cities and for the whole network. We meet regularly online looking at projects we can all do together and ways to celebrate our designations so that the communities all benefit, and we can celebrate our sustainable development goals work, and also encourage people to visit and enjoy our cities and maybe even move there. So we have a strategic approach to our operations, and as we meet as a small group regularly, which I really enjoy. It's lots of fun. Thank you.
Thank you for your mahi, Nikki.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Nikki. You're always such a bright, shining light. Thanks for your mahi. It's not in the papers, but correct me if I'm wrong. It's my understanding that, is it next week in Edinburgh is the celebration of the 20th anniversary and the conference in the first city to become a UNESCO City of Literature. Are we represented? Are you going? Are we being represented?
That's right, that's next week. So the 20 years since Edinburgh became a City of Literature and started off our network, which was wonderfully important for them, and our 10th birthday. So as it turns out, they've offered the whole program online, so I am attending online. And so that is quite an advantage because although it's not an advantage sleep-wise, but it's an advantage because there's quite a busy program of work that we have going on here in our area and celebrating our own 10th. And this particular month is really it's all go. So it is actually quite good to be able to be in two places at once and participate fully, but do it from here. So that is the plan.
You do realise that's 4 days?
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora. Just curious about, again, the Sustainable Development Goals in the social media campaign. I don't know if you're aware, but the council is looking at its Sustainable Development Goals framework. So do you have a fairly solid framework that you could share with the policy team to help inform how it's turned into action? Does that make sense?
Well, I think the colleagues in policy are really sort of all over that area. I feel as if they're so on top of it. But from our point of view, I can say that we really make sure that everything we do fits into one or more of the goals, which is actually really easy because they're just intuitive for this area. So we sometimes the writers are specifically locating themselves in a very niche and very specific area. Other times they're just writing in general about education and equity and human rights and caring for the planet. So, and all our programs, including, for example, Jenny Powell's program, they all fit easily within 3 or 4 goals. So we align everything we do with goals in a concrete sense. And then for this campaign that you mentioned, Councillor Barker, we send out a social media post each day for those 17 days, aligning the books that day with one of the goals. So on the first day it would be Sustainable Development Goal 1, for example, with maybe 2 or 3 books. And again, we loosely bring those in, so there's children's books, everyone who touches on the area in some way. So it's a very general understanding that we use, because we're really trying to get our writers out there into the world and show the goodness of their work underlying their great writing. So it's really a way partly of showing off our city, our writers, and also aligning ourselves with these important goals. So we take a general definition, and each day we send out these posts, and then they're shared incrementally around the other cities of literature, 52 cities, so it gets a really good push, around the world. And I always think our books look the best, but other cities are doing it at the same time, so it's really fun.
May I just ask, because social media becomes a little bit overwhelming and councillors have a lot to read, would you mind awfully just, if you could send councillors, I don't know if all the councillors would like the list of recommended reading, but I certainly would. If you could send that out, that would be fabulous.
Sure, that's a good idea. We could collate it at the end and send it out. That's a great idea.
Kia ora, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I'm just curious, does Booksellers New Zealand still organise National Poetry Day, or who organises that now?
So Booksellers is still involved in that day. Phantom Bill Stickers is really big and is a huge sponsor each year. They do poster campaigns and inject a huge amount of money nationwide and run a program. Also, the New Zealand Book Awards is kind of where it sits in the one-stop shop, and where everybody sends in their activities so that you can go to one place, and they publish big programs for around the country. So, but really all the book organisations are involved. It's still really huge, yeah.
Are there any more questions from Ms. Page? Thank you so much for the mahi. Thank you.
Thank you for having me today.
Kia ora.
Pleasure, thank you.
And next to the table is Creative Partnerships. I welcome Ms. Lisa Wilkie, Kaiarahi Team Leader, Creative Partnerships. Any prefacing comments?
No, happy to take questions.
Any questions, colleagues? I have one, and it's relating to the grants allocations by media. And I noticed that for the first time at the end, there was a little orange box for multi-arts. Can you give a wee bit of background as to which applicant that was?
I can indeed. So this is the point 71, the graph which shows the City Service City Project grant allocations by medium. So this is taken since 2018, and as you can see, from 2018 to 2022, there were really only, well, there were 3 arts media present in the applicants. That changed in 2023, where we suddenly gained a dance grants allocation, which was fantastic. And then in 2024, it was fantastic to see we had a dance allocation, which is the teal. We also had our first literature application, and that was from, or under the umbrella of the Māori and Pacifica Education Trust, and that was to support operational costs for manuscripts, who are doing some fantastic equitable publishing. And the small orange one, which is multi-arts, that was a small city service grant that went to the Midwinter Carnival to support some of the ongoing operational costs.
Just a follow-up question. So if Toi Māori or Toi Pasifika were to be applicants, how would they be distributed across that media thing? Would they be stand on their own?
All this data I collate by hand because it's not possible to do out of the grant system. So I have a huge suite of Excel spreadsheets. So I can see that when I look at my Excel spreadsheet because I put them in bold. It's as hands-on as that, so I can see it. What I can say, and I have noted this in city service reporting to the grant subcommittee over the last few years, is that there has been, well, I think we can all see there is a huge hole in Māori and Pacifica applicants. There has, since I have been here, there has been no presence of Māori or Pacifica organisations in the city service grant allocations.
Are there any other questions, Councillor Gary?
Ms Wilkie, on page 62, the national, you describe the national context and the current government policy settings. Can you just explain to me the Manatu Taonga funding, which has been reduced, and the impact I see further down? We're finding, presumably, the oversubscribed grants rounds. They were always oversubscribed, but now they're heavily oversubscribed. I'm assuming that's got worse. Could you just comment on that a little bit, please?
I think probably the most telling example of what's happened with the reduction in Manatu Taonga funding, which is Ministry of Culture and Heritage funding, is the drop in funding to organisations like the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra, who are no longer coming to the city. They're not coming next year, and that will be a direct result from the lack of funding that they have. I believe, I'm not wholly over all of the figures, but I do believe they cut funding to the sound archives as well, quite significantly. So, I mean, I can certainly find where those cuts were, but certainly things like the symphony not coming down, New Zealand Symphony Orchestra not coming to the South Island or not coming to Dunedin is a significant example of that, those cuts.
I noted that was commented on last night at Orchestra, yeah. Clearly that's going to have even more of a trickle down to our grants funding.
A trickle out, I would think. There's nothing to trickle, unfortunately. Certainly with the Creative New Zealand funding, anecdotally what I have heard and what I have read reported in arts publications like The Big Idea, feedback on the changed criteria of Creative New Zealand to a much more holistic and more of a participatory funding model has been really well received, as has the removal of the cap on applications. The flip side of that is, instead of having applications capped at something like 250 per fund, they're open, so for some of them you may be getting up to 700 applications per fund. All of them will be considered, so the actual success rate is tiny. And where initially Creative New Zealand had said that they were looking to give amounts of money which actually would be significant and would promote very real, creative, sustainable activity. In practice, what has happened, whereby they've said we're going to have these grants which will be $25,000, in reality what they're giving out is amounts like 10 or 12. So it's the initial, the sheen has worn off somewhat, I would say.
Any other questions for Ms Wilkie? Tēnā koe, Ms Wilkie. Thank you for coming to report, and best wishes to you and the team. Kia ora. Next we have community partnerships. I understand that Ms Gina Huakau, Manager of Community Partnerships, is away doing council mahi. So are there any questions instead for Ms Morand? Mana houtu on community partnerships. Okay, we can move on to housing. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I got the old agenda, so it's a little bit messed up.
Yes.
So I was looking at what was 95 in the old agenda, which just talks about homelessness, and I just wondered whether there was an update on the number of people, of homeless people. Often ask that, but if Gina's not here and can't answer that, then. Oh, Jill. Okay. I'll just bookmark that. It will be good to know.
Oh, I can't update you on numbers, Councillor, but I know there's a comprehensive update coming for the November Council, and I can pop that on in the report.
Kia ora. I think we were due to have Ms Sutton, Dunedin Destination Manager here, but Ms Jackman, Tammy Jackman is here instead for the events activity report. Are there any opening comments you wish to make? Any questions? Oh, yep, go.
Kia ora, no, happy to take questions.
Any questions for? Kia ora. Thank you for being here. Kia kaha for the mahi. Last activity report is from Parks and Recreation. I welcome Mr. Ellis to the table. Acting Group Manager of Parks and Rec. Any prefacing comments? Any questions? Yes, Councillor Barker.
Thank you. Again with the numbering, because I didn't print out the update, but I just wanted to ask about the Botanic Garden, and it's talking about the challenges there, and it just talks about the development and provision of community engagement programming and information, garden activities and displays for public and visitors' participation and enjoyment are limited due to the current level of resourcing available. And I guess my concern is around it's our highest rated facility. So is this, can you just give me a little bit more information on why that situation might have arisen?
Thanks, Councillor. It's a recruitment into a vacant position.
So there's no issue with the budget?
Not directly related to that, no. Yeah.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Ellis? Yes, Councillor Walker.
I know the answer to this, but I'll ask it anyway. In terms of the city sanctuary stuff, and I think you mentioned it around funding not guaranteed, past 25-26, I presume that's a question for us when it comes to 9-year plan.
Thanks, Councillor. Yes.
Any more? Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Kia ora. Kia kaha for the mahi, and thank you to your team. All right. I am very happy to move that the Committee A notes the Community Services Activity Report for April 2024 to June 2024. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gary. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Thank you, Councillor Gary.
I wanted to highlight a couple of matters in this report, and thanks to all of the staff who contributed to this. Around this table, we've heard people wondering about how the City of Literature promotes the city, and it's always a pleasure to have Ms Page at the table telling us very passionately, as she always does, about the extraordinary range of activities. And I would encourage all of my colleagues to attend what they can in terms of City of Literature events. The event for National Poetry Day was really quite something, and the jazz was delightful, colleagues, just saying. The poetry was sensational, even the road cone aspects. They really were very clever. Some poets I knew and some I didn't. But I want to tell you about the trickle-down effect of that kind of event. And there were some young people there who had won the poetry competition. And I didn't know that one of them at the time was from a local school out at Broad Bay. But what was delightful to hear, just the extraordinary impression that makes on a young person when they enter something like that and have success, and the effect of that in the community, the proud parents, the proud school, and that's replicated. And I was delighted to hear about Teddy's life journey. I haven't picked up my copy yet, but the pride of those children and seeing their words in print must be extraordinary, and so I really applaud you for that, Nikki. There's obviously a lot of really positive work going on at our extraordinary facilities. And just this morning, the Chinese delegation from Shanghai was heading down to Lanyuan, and they were obviously really excited about that. Many of them had never been to, some had been to New Zealand before, but most of them had never been to Dunedin. And they were truly excited to come and see Lanyuan. It's a great deal smaller than Yuyuan, but if you've been to Yuyuan, you see the link, and so that will be a lovely way to mark the 30th anniversary, part of the process of doing so. In terms of creative partnerships, I just want to reiterate, and I've just lost my place here, so bear with. I want to highlight the paragraph on page 62, which says current government policy directions have not shown support for arts and culture ecosystem. Rhetoric around arts and music programs in schools as nice to have suggest a failure to recognise or value the intrinsic public good provided by arts, creativity and culture. And I just want to remind colleagues as we go forward into the 9-year plan that we don't lose sight of the intrinsic value of arts, creativity and culture, and we've heard about that today. We should be so proud of all of the activities in that space. And always great to read about community events, Ms. Jackman. And in terms of parks and reserves, I have to give a shout out to City Sanctuary. After we had the presentation the other day, I happened to have a visit at my property during the flood. One of the traps was triggered, and they thought they'd caught one of the last wily possums on the peninsula. And you know that City Sanctuary and Halo Project were trying to, are helping out to get that final push towards eradication. And I had the most delightful conversation, and I was very impressed with the calibre, the skills of the City Sanctuary operators. And an interesting passing comment to note is that they said he didn't know why they're not used during a weather event, because they have the vehicles, the training, the first aid, the SIMS training, some of them, and the equipment and the skills to assist. So that was an interesting thing to note. We didn't catch the possum, it was a hedgehog. However, I live in hope. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Mayhem, followed by Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a shout out to our public-facing community partnerships team. It's great to have the activity reports here. I'd like to thank them for the support that they give to our place-based groups and to supporting the Dunedin Youth Council, but particularly a highlight for me, and I just want to elevate the volunteerism that happens within the council. Task Force Green activity, page 67. So we've got some exemplary volunteers in the Task Force Green team. That's 36 people per day on average, completing 90 community projects and volunteering 3,500 hours to the city. And I know some of those guys give 5 days a week service to us. It's highly commendable. Helping with trailer loads of wood to those in need across the community, collaborating with all of our events, putting the furniture out for the South Dunedin Street Festival, supporting graffiti removal around the city, supporting Keep Dunedin Beautiful too. So Keep Dunedin Beautiful, I'd like to acknowledge most recently the September clean-up week, where 35 clean-ups happened across the city. 17 of those were during clean-up week. That was 3,050 volunteer hours and 50 kilos of litter removed from the local environment. And I'd like to also acknowledge that there were some members of the DCC staff who participated also very competitively in cleaning up and collecting rubbish around the city during that week as well. So it's those incredible volunteers who give their time and their service to us that helps make Dunedin, Ōtepoti, part of the amazing city that it is. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Wiley, followed by Councillors Houlihan and Walker.
Well, I won't be talking about any wily possums on the peninsula, but
Special breed. Special breed.
but I will follow in behind Councillor Mayhem's appreciation and, of the work that Task Force Green does. Rick and his team, I want to make a special acknowledgement, were working overtime with doing sandbags and delivering them to people in need through the floods. Yeah, talk about a group that goes above and beyond. It's just one of the singular ones that, and Councillor Mayhem has articulated the rest of what they do, but through that flood event they were working some very long hours helping the community.
Kia ora, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, to the past speakers, I agree with especially the things that Councillor Gary said around the arts. I'm just looking at a headline from the Prime Minister that says, Luxon says schools can defer arts and music as teaching comes under microscope. As an arts graduate, I have a theatre degree, you know, I'm disgusted in those comments, and you can look at numerous people who've, when I say this word, it sounds terrible to say done well, but people who've had really successful careers, many of them have come through the arts. And, you know, you might see someone, for example, I can think of a guy who was doing, who was going through theatre school with me. He was also doing a law degree, you know, so there's a lot of people who might have a different degree, but they also have arts, and they've done that because of the benefit arts brings them. And yeah, so I can't, and I also want to pick up on what several councillors said earlier around the volunteers. In a previous career, I used to run the New Zealand Book Awards and the National Poetry Day, and I can tell you National Poetry Day does not happen if it wasn't for numerous volunteers all around the country, and they get together, they do it with the little festivals as well that build up around the events for the book awards too, and the authors tour, and you get, particularly through libraries are extremely good. They pick it up and they do a whole lot of events. Schools do as well. There's numerous things that happen, but most of them are run by volunteers. So we wouldn't have it if it wasn't for them, and of course we're very lucky here in Dunedin to have UNESCO City of Literature. So as a person who is passionate about the arts, I am extremely concerned. Artists in general have a hard time making a dollar, you know, and ends meet at the best of times. I would say this is the worst of times right now for art. With a Prime Minister who thinks little or nothing of art, and as a matter of fact, his comments would almost make out that he disdains it. And CNZ funding has become far more difficult to get. Numerous artists, as in when I say the word artists, I mean in general, like theatre practitioners, musicians, you name it, have mentioned they've had difficulty getting funding. I mean, I started, I can remember way back, I got what was called PACE, which was through Pathways for Artists when I was writing a play. And you were able to get that, because often when you're trying to be artistic, there's not a lot of money that comes forward, and you need that help to get you going. So I implore the government to look again at art and not dismiss it, and give some support to, more support to artists, or at least match the grants that they used to get. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Walker, followed by Councillor Gilbert.
Yep, thank you. Let me just turn this back on. It's amazing when you panic, you can forget your number, right? Yeah, thank you. And going back to the worst of times, I think it wasn't it Charles Dickens who, in Tale of Two Cities, talking of literature, am I right? Yes, thank you. I think I mentioned earlier that, I think related, and I'll go back to the ISCOM meetings, that we have a lot of very tedious reading to do around this table. Again, no disrespect, Mr. Chair. But this report is always... This report is always the opposite, actually, and I think it's. I mentioned in the context of Nikki actually bright shining lights, but it reminds us that we have a bunch of bright shining lights on this stuff, and it always cheers me up reading this. And I won't go over what everyone else has said, lauding all the activities, but I do want to just speak to three because I have the opportunity to do so, and I'll start with the libraries. I just want to just pay homage and give thanks to the incredible staff. I don't know if we're still here, members. No, at the Port Chalmers Library. It's a wee gem in our community. And I also say that in one of my other roles as a Justice of the Peace, we have a service, we have a Justice of the Peace desk there, which is a vital addition to that library. And I and other JPs are always so well looked after and so well accommodated, so I just want that to be passed back to the libraries team. And on the cultural facilities, Cam is still there. It seems that he does a lot of juggling, and I don't know how he does it, but all power to him and well done, looking after such important and well-known facilities in the city. And finally, on City of Literature, boy, we are truly lucky to have Nikki Page at the forefront of that. And she's somebody who hates being congratulated, which I think speaks volumes, actually. She's always very humble in what she does, but she is a fantastic face of the wider organisation. But I will say she is a little bit silly in not taking an opportunity to go and spend some time in my old stomping ground of Edinburgh. And I don't envy you having to get up for 4 days in a row at some ungodly hour, but thank you for representing us, Nikki.
Kia ora, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. First up, just a wee comment. Councillor Houlihan, I don't think you should take too much stock in what the Prime Minister Luxon says, because he also refers to this council as being a district council, so clearly he's living in La La Land. However, the Dunedin Youth Council, it is a shame from my perspective that they were unable to attend and speak, as I believe that they were meant to be here 2 or 3 times through the year. I would like to see personally more engagement with them around this table, as I believe it's a vital conduit to getting the youth voice that we quite clearly lack around this table, no offence. Having both Melody and Alice join me at Festival for the Future earlier in the year was truly an eye-opening experience, because I did get to see things and hear things from a youth perspective, which is something that, as I say, I think we really need to hear. They were, I'm sure you'd like to know, they were excellent ambassadors for Dunedin, and the event itself was enlightening and educational, both for me as one of the older people in the room, as well as for them. And I would love to see something similar here, but with a local voice. Now, doing what everybody else does, to the person who is undoubtedly trying to shrink even more in the chair behind me, Ms. Nikki Page, the standing that she has in the City of Literature community, and therefore by proximity so too do we, is really only evident when, or certainly for me was really only evident when I was lucky enough to be in Gothenburg, also another City of Literature, and made the connection with their representatives, and the regard and the esteem that they hold Nikki Page with is really quite remarkable. And I think I heard it from Councillor Walker, who did something similar. I can't remember, Warsaw, Prague. And so I think it is, we underestimate just quite the standing that she has in the City of Literature community. I know there is much that is done with the City of Lit. Personally, I would love to see it far more widely known and far more widely celebrated. Again, with things like the Young Writers Festival, and I know this is my old hobby horse, which you have to squint and get out a magnifying glass to find any reference of the City of Literature for. I'd like to see it far more widely and loudly acknowledged, because if the standing that she has around the world and the standing therefore that Dunedin City of Lit has around the world is anything to go by, we should be a damn sight more acknowledging and proud than perhaps we are.
Kia ora. Any other speakers? Before I put it to the vote, I'd just like to again record my thanks to the staff and your teams, and to the group managers, to the Manahotu, and to Ms. Wukaira, tēnā kōrua. Keep on keeping on, and hopefully us governors will in some way get out of your way so you can do the mahi. So kia ora. All those in favour of the motion, which is, I did get a seconder, didn't I? Okay, thank you. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried, and we move on to item number 9. Summary of advisory group meetings. July to September 2024, the Community Services Report provided a summary of the meetings and actions of the DCC's Social Wellbeing Advisory Group, Disabilities Issues Advisory Group, and the Dunedin Former Refugees Steering Group. During the period 1st of July to 30th of September 2024, the Manahotu General Manager of Māori Partnerships and Policy, Nicola Morand, Gina's not here, will speak to the report. Are there any questions of the report? Yes, Councillor Gary.
I don't recall this being specifically mentioned, but it's an item of interest. Immigration settings right now and the various channels that people are arriving through. Have there been any issues that you're aware of? Has anything been discussed at the meetings about immigration settings or dealings with immigration? I know that's been a problem in the past for complex needs with this group.
I haven't attended those meetings, so I might defer that to the chair.
I was just thinking while you were asking your question that there was a meeting whereby of the Dunedin Former Refugees community where MB people came from Auckland. I thought they were from Wellington. And unfortunately, Dr. May was not able to be there because she had a bereavement. So I think the people were satisfied with some of the questions they were able to ask the MB people, but I think it's an ongoing progress.
So my next question is, so we haven't had the office for a long time, but we more recently in the last couple of years were told there were people based in Central, I thought in Wanaka, Queenstown. So they're having to bring people in from Auckland.
The MB had requested the meeting because we usually have a catch-up via Zoom, so they actually physically came and they travelled around the Motu. Personally, I didn't find it that satisfactory because they never seemed to know, this is just me, but they seem to defer to they're waiting for government to make changes, and so we have to push.
Do we still have anyone in Central? Well, I had understood they're no longer there.
I thought that person is now in Auckland.
Okay,
is possibly one of the team.
That is
Yeah, but maybe we need to have a Zoom
that
meeting
is
with them.
problematic.
Yeah.
Again on the radio this morning, the leader of the opposition was speaking about humanitarian visas. Have we got any movement in the Lebanese community at the moment?
Not that I'm
around,
aware.
No, bringing
No.
family here.
Yeah.
And the families that are here at the moment, my last question is, how do they get on around whānau visas?
The Lebanese families?
No, other groups that are coming. For example, there's a Colombian family coming. There's Syrian families here. How do they get on if they need to bring family to safety?
I personally don't know about that. I know that there are community organisations that are under the Community Organisations Refugee
sponsoring.
Scheme.
Yeah.
So there's 2 organisations that I'm aware of. And I think one of them has brought out 2 families, and the other has also dealt with 2 families from Syria.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Lucas.
I'm just a little bit of clarification, I think, and it's in the minutes for the Dunedin Former Refugee Steering Group for the in August, and it's on page 116 and right at the bottom where it talks about here the terms of reference, and it says a template is filled out and this is sent to council. There is also remuneration available to the community members. And I'm just like, when it says sent to council, I'm just unclear of what this doesn't actually come to council as in council in the whole. I'm grateful to get, this is the first time we've had minutes of this, so I think that this is great that it's coming here because I wasn't, there's a lot of this information that I obviously wasn't aware of. So I'm just wondering what that actually refers to. And with that, Gina appears.
Sorry, Councillor Lucas, the question regarding that paragraph was...
Sorry, the question is in relation, this says, a template is filled in, this is sent to council, and there is also remuneration available to community members. So this, when it says sent to council, it doesn't actually mean to councillors. This is a staff. I was just trying to work out how this term, the terms of reference and what this actually was referring to, because the terms of reference, hasn't come to council in my time here. So I was just a little unclear what in particular they're referring to, because they were the updates to the terms of reference. Yeah, former refugee steering group.
Thank you for that clarity. No, sorry, I've just walked out of back-to-back interviews. Just on that matter, my understanding is there was a conversation to communicate to the former refugee steering group that if they want to make any changes to the terms of reference, that these need to come back to council, and that we use the already mandated council template.
And that's where I was heading to. Okay, no, that's great. Thank you for that. And the other question that I have is on the bottom of 117, which talks about the transition seminar and orientation post Red Cross support. And it's where it suggests that the DCC supports a 6 or 12-month post-discharge orientation. And I'm just wondering whether that was just an idea, or will that be followed through?
It's just an idea.
Just an idea.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Councillor Houlihan.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. Sorry, I have to leave now, but I just wanted to thank the chair and staff for this report. It has, to me anyway, it seems to have so much more information in it than I've ever seen before, and it's great. The detail in it is really good, and giving information I've wanted for ages. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Are there any other? Yes, Councillor Lucas.
Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. If I could go to page 111, which is the minutes from the Disabilities Issues Advisory Group meeting, and we're talking about the new South Dunedin Library, and I'm just mindful about the commentary about parking. Is that the parking that's already there? Because I know it hasn't come. I'm looking at the chair of the parking subcommittee. We haven't looked at anything to do with parking yet around the new library. So I'm just wondering, is that existing parking? I just don't want to raise expectations when the parking hasn't actually been looked at.
It is existing parking. Yep.
So there was, at this point, has been no discussion about expectation of any parking changes when the new library opens, because I know in some areas it's a bit of a. Yeah, I'm just. Yeah, you know where I'm.
If we get Transport to either confirm they're not doing anything soon or ask when that King Edward Street would come up on the cycle.
It was trying to connect the dots.
Any other questions? All right. I am very happy to move that Committee A notes the summary of the DCC's Social Wellbeing Advisory Group, Disabilities Issues Advisory Group and Dunedin Former Refugees Steering Group during the period 1st of July to the 30th of September 2024 as the seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Yes, Councillor Mayhem.
I too am very happy to see these reports so that we're able to see what happens at the SWAG meetings, Disability Issues Advisory Group and the Refugee Steering Committee. I just wanted to again acknowledge the staff for their amazing mahi. If you read through the minutes of the Disability Issues Advisory Group, you'll see that we get a lot of really supportive support from staff around everything from waste and enviro solutions to mobility parking. I just wanted to raise a couple of things. If people weren't aware, the ORC are putting an audio button on some of the bus stops that you can press the button and you'll be able to hear about the next 5 buses that are coming. And shout out also to the DCC website for their amazing widget. If you don't know about this, this is also for people that have reading or other sensory disabilities. So the widget allows them to press a button and it will talk to them what is on the DCC page. And you might have also noticed a particularly good job that we're doing for the visually impaired, captioning everything underneath the DCC website. It'll say picture of an umbrella in the rain. And again, it might be stating the obvious, but that is a talking picture for someone with a visual impairment. And it's just the little things like that that for me really make for a wonderfully inclusive and accessible experience for our people with learning disabilities. And again, big ups to the staff for their consideration and the time that they take to engage with and hear the issues from the DIAG group. So thank you so much and keep up the good work.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is actually a speech back through the Chair to Councillor Mayhem, and that is, that's come up a number of times in DIAG and early on that visually impaired and audio impaired would like files that they could look at the 10-year plan consultation document as it comes out in the correct format. So I'm just flagging that would be really good if we can get it done on this cycle.
Councillor Garrett. Oh.
Sorry, if I could just reply to that. So
thank you, Madam Chair. Just expressing appreciation for the work of the Disability Advocacy Group. They are making a difference in people's lives. But what I want to highlight, because this has really been the only opportunity to do so in a public meeting, is to highlight the issue of immigration. I want particularly to go to the humanitarian visas for New Zealand Palestinians wanting to bring their loved ones to safety here in Ōtepoti, Dunedin and other places in the country. And you will recall that we had a council resolution. We sent a letter to the Minister of Immigration. She replied, yes, we understand, but we're not going to grant one. And there was some incorrect information actually in her reply, which was interesting. Dr. Mai Tamimi and I met with the Mayor. The plan was that the Mayor would travel with Dr. Mai to Wellington and support her in her advocacy, given she has a very wide knowledge in a national sense of migration and these issues as a wider matter. It took 6 weeks for the Minister to reply. And the answer was, no, I'm too busy. I'm paraphrasing, but it was, my schedule is too full. Those were the words used. And you will have all read the article in the newspaper, which was published on the Saturday of the floods, and it's really sad that, you know, that article, which was very well written, and I want to take my hat off to Tim Scott from the ODT, who did it with great sensitivity, which highlighted 2 different families and their situations. And all I can say is the desperation has only increased by the day. If we thought it was desperate before, it is just beyond desperate now. One of the questions I asked those families of Russia and Mai in that interview was, if the visa was granted tomorrow, how long would it take to organise the flights? So there are 10 of Russia's family living in Egypt. They got them out to Egypt, multi-generational family members, and they could have them on a plane. It's just a matter of getting a booking. In terms of Mai's parents, they would travel to Jordan from the West Bank, and they could be on a plane, you know, tomorrow. So the government has been tone deaf in this regard, and I would suggest cruel. And now we have Lebanon affected, and we have a strong Lebanese community here. And what I haven't heard from any families, I imagine there will be some situations there. I want to take my hat off to Phil Twyford, who's kept the matter alive in Parliament. And this morning, the Leader of the Opposition spoke about it in his radio roundup kind of interview. I would ask colleagues to continue to talk about it and profile it, because it is a point of real sorrow and distress for people in our community, members of our staff, our neighbours, our friends. These are people, real people with real situations, who are distraught, and we continue to need to put the pressure on the government to show some humanity and grant the whānau visas. Thank you for your work, Madam Chair, and I wanted to make a request, which I'll do so when it comes to items for consideration, if I may.
Kia ora.
Thank you for the work you're doing with the former refugees.
Thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Kia ora. The motion is carried, and we're up to item number 10, items for consideration for the Chair. Councillor Gary.
Yes, look, I don't want to create more work for the staff, but, and I know we all say that, I wondered if there would be the opportunity to draw together, because over the last couple of days I've heard from different places within our organisation, and this is not new, but we heard this morning around immigration and the importance it is to our migration and the importance it is to our city. There are certainly issues immigration issues in international education. There are immigration issues for workers. There are immigration issues for a student to work, and it's one of the pathways we've been supporting as a council. Once we get the students here from overseas to study here, we want to keep them and continue them. We don't want to lose that talent. And yet, I was contacted actually by Business South this morning about a particular case. And then there's the complex issues often of former refugees. We have no immigration office here. We've lobbied for a number of years on that. That has not happened and is unlikely to happen. Then we're told there's a relationship manager in Central. And now I hear they're flying in from Auckland. I wondered if we could draw together those issues to see how we might advocate as a whole, because everyone's doing their own little bits, as I see it, and see if the problem is as marked as it appears to be, because it does have an impact on our work as a City Council. Would that be acceptable to you, Madam Chair?
Aye. Yep. Perhaps we'll get together and draft something. Yeah.
Just to Councillor Gary's point, I mean, it's huge that we don't have an immigration office here, actually. It's a massive underinvestment by government. It's quite insulting that a city of this size doesn't have one, to be honest. Hey? We used to. I remember I got my first passport from it. But I'm with you, Councillor. This has gone long, far too long.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thank you everyone for your attendance and your participation. We have come to the end of the meeting, and I'll close out with karakia whakamutuka. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te aru tapunui, kia wātea, kia māma, te kakai, te tinana, te wairua i te ara takatā, ko ia rā e roko, whakairia ake ki ruka, kia tina, tina huie, tai ki e. Declare the meeting closed at what time? 2:58? Oh, 3 o'clock. Thank you.